Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening out there? Gas masks and hand grenades here. Your host, me, that is I, Jeff. And hopefully some people show up. I totally forgot to announce this on Instagram, but who knows if that even helps, to be honest with you. And I've been pimping it for a little bit on YouTube, and what I'm noticing is all my videos, they're just dropping. Views are dropping like crazy. So who knows what the hell's going on. I don't know if there's some kind of shadow banning shit going on. I don't know. I've heard from other people that their views are down too, and I've kind of noticed with some of the bigger metal channels, they seem to not be getting as much stuff, as much views and likes and all that kind of stuff, comments. So maybe it's a YouTube wide deal. I really don't know, and I really don't care that much. So tonight's show is going to be a long one, so I'm not going to waffle on too much here. I got a lot of material to play and a lot of shit to talk about. But I was able to get everything in, and I kind of discovered 3 or 4 days ago that there was some stuff I had overlooked in the first episode relative to the Starfish bonus disc and for the remasters, 2005 remasters, and also the bonus disc for Gold Afternoon Fix. Now, I don't own those. However, excuse me, I have bought, finally, the disc that we'll talk about towards the end under miscellaneous that, hey, AZ Mick, what's up, buddy? Titans, are they gonna still be shitty? Probably, but at least they made some moves I think I kind of agree with, so we'll just leave it at that. But anyways, yeah, towards the end, what I've got is we're gonna go through the albums. Where I left off was Back with Two Beasts, which I believe was 2004. I'd have to look at my notes here. When was that? 2005. We're going to pick up with the album Uninvited, like the Clouds, which came out in 2006, and we'll kind of move forward with the studio catalog up through Eros Zeta and the Perfumed Guitars, which came out 23, I think. I got to cheat and look at my notes. Yeah, 20. No, maybe it's 24. But we'll check on that in a minute. I have copies of most all this stuff, but not everything. I did pick up the vinyls for Eros Zeta and also for the Hypnagogue. I bought those yesterday because I really, in particular, one of the two albums I really dig a lot. The other one I like quite a bit. So, and then they have a new album coming out called Lacuna. I thought it was coming out in February, but I've heard some differing stories about that may be set. It might be pushed back a little bit. The band is tentatively coming over to the United States to play for the first time not the first time in a while. They played that California 80s Fest. I don't know what the name of it is out in California. They played that, I believe, last year. And in fact, I think they might have been around last year, but I somehow missed that they were playing here. They are coming to the Philly area in June. I got to get a ticket. Actually, when I get done here tonight, I got to buy my ticket. I got to cross my fingers with the way things are going in this country right now. Politically, a lot of bands are bailing on stuff. I just saw Fields of Nephilim bailed out on their U.S. tour. They were headlining Dark Ceremonies down in Houston, and they bailed. That shut that whole fest down. I don't know if it's because of them or because there's other bands that are bailing out, but troubling times. Couple quick announcements. This is going to be the last thing for January. Sorry. And then, hey, Mean Metal Mike, what's up, bud? Long time no see, buddy. By the way, before we go any further, I got to shout out this killer goddamn shirt. Just got it 2 days ago. Fright Rags, I believe, or Creep. I think it's Fright Rags. Huge, massive Twilight Zone fan, and I saw this, and I'm like, I gotta have this. Killer shirts. They do the most awesome designs. Yeah, Mike, I saw that. Yeah, I'm not a big Exodus fan, dude. Really not a big Exodus fan. I mean, the guys in the band I dig, but I just don't dig their music very much. So I doubt I'm coming to that, to be blunt. But I am coming to the Testament show up there, buddy. So maybe I'll run into you in March. Anyway, real quick. Yeah, so on the 11th, I've got Xander Bradley coming in from Cryptic Shift. We're going to talk about the new album. And God, what the hell is the name of that thing? It's like crazy. And I'm hearing a lot of I just got Overspace and Super Time, it's called. Comes out February 27th, 2026. Love. Greetings from Enceladus. And so we'll be talking to Xander about the new album. They're first on Metal Blade with worldwide distribution, so that should be cool. I had Xander. Xander was one of my early interviews back in February, ironically, of 2022. So it's almost 4 years since we talked, and I believe their last album came out in 2021 or 2020. So it's been a while, but this thing's a beast. It's like 80 minutes, thrashy, technical, death metal, techno thrash, all kind of cool stuff. So I'm hoping to get Luke LeMay in this month, but it might slip into March, or not this month, next month. Sorry, February. And I believe Greg Chandler and Jim from Lichgate are going to join me, so we'll do that. Deep dives planned, but I don't have any dates yet. Are for Ulcerate with Logan, and thank you, man. Appreciate it. Always. It's a good hair day. I showered, so there. Just for you guys, I showered. Yeah, Ulcerate. I'm going to be doing that with Logan, Beer Metal Snob, and Killing for Company's Kellen. And then my buddy Jimmy from Future Ruins and our friend Than from the Hiking Metal channel. We're planning to do Blood Incantation. Not sure when we'll get to it, whether we'll get to it this month or next. By this, I mean February, because we're almost in February. I'm hoping to do it in February, but we'll sort of see how that goes. So, we got to get into this. We got to get into this church discography because there's a shitload to talk about. So, I think I'm not sure if I did or I didn't. I'll have to double check. I can't remember if I did or didn't. Linked parts 1 and parts 2. I've already got 7 hours into this, and we've got at least 4.5 to 5 to go tonight. Yeah, you heard me right. Because I'm going to play a track from every album, every EP, even Hindsight, the B-sides that were all collected into one thing. Also from Quick Smoke at Spots, which I started to say I ordered that. It's just not going to be in here until next week, but I finally ordered that. That collects all but 2 tracks from the Starfish outtakes, which I have that B-side already, but it also has the Gold Afternoon Fix stuff on there. And it has one exclusive track that we're going to play tonight. So I don't have that in yet. And I finally, amazingly, found a copy of the Pangea, however you say it. Excuse me. Pangea EP, which was outtakes, not really outtakes. They were tracks that were planned to be on the Untitled number 23 album that ended up going on. They were kind of like maxi singles. They had a track from, they had Operetta was one and Pangea was the other, Pangea, whatever, however you say it. And then they had additional tracks on. And man, I really wish I could play one from Pangea, but it's 18 minutes long, and I don't want to do that to, keep you here all night. But it's absolutely one of the best church songs ever, and we'll get into talking about that. But I found a copy on Discogs for $13. I've been finding it on eBay for like 80 to 100. I'm like, yeah, I want it, but I do not want it that bad. Well, I lucked into one. The shipping cost almost as much as the damn EP, but I am so stoked to have a hard copy of that. So I'm closing in, man. I think I only need like 3 or 4 full things, EPs and CDs, to have it all. So I'm super stoked about that. All right, let's get into this shit. All right, The Church, Uninvited Like the Clouds. This came out on March 20th, 2006. It was recorded in 2005. It was on the Liberations and Cooking Vinyl label. Excuse me. Producer was The Church. Mine is the Cooking Vinyl, I believe. Yeah, Cooking Vinyl. I believe that is an Aussie label. So that's why a lot of these things that they either self-released or through their own little label, which I'm forgetting the damn name of, I'll run across it in a bit here, or on Cooking Vinyl. It was hard to find these things, and I happened to luck out and get a huge collection of church stuff back 17, 18 years ago. Maybe not that long. Maybe early 2000s. And I lucked into some of the EMI remasters, the double discs that were in there. We've already talked about those, although we're going to talk about Starfish and Gold Afternoon Fix a little bit on Priest too. But I lucked into a lot of this stuff, and now trying to find it. Some of these are easier to find. Like this one I don't think is too difficult to find, but some of their hard copies of their stuff is just ruthlessly difficult to find. Where we ended last time on episode 2 was with Back with Two Beasts, which they self-released, and you can't touch that thing for under $85 to $100. And I'm not gonna pay that for a single CD. There's just not gonna happen. So, all right, Uninvited Like the Clouds is the 20th album by alternative rock band The Church, released Australia on 20 March 2006 and internationally on April 17th, 2006. James Christopher Monger gave it a 4 stars, calling a bloated, beautiful, unsettling storm of a record with everything an adoring fan could ever want and all the ammunition a detractor could hope for. Let's see. Bernard Zool of Sydney Morning Herald found it a summation of 26 years, drawing from all the elements with surety rather than desperate hands. Where saying that it is the kind of collection that will warm the hearts of those for whom the 1980s and early 90s remain the golden years of the church, should not be read as an indication that the band has retrofitted its career. And that's a great starting point. We've got 26 studio albums if we count everything, including stuff like Jammed and Shriek Back and the Reformation. Man, I would be hard pressed to find a band out there that had a consistent catalog like the Church does. There's a lot of bands, even my favorite band of all time, Rush. They had a real hot period from, I argue, from, Fly By Night through probably Power Windows, where they were hitting on all cylinders. Yeah, some people don't like Crest of Steel. I love Crest of Steel. I'm not as big, honestly, on 2112, whereas most people are. But that was a stretch of albums that was just beyond compare. Then they started to hit and miss in the 80s, the latter part of the 80s. 90s has some good stuff, some bad stuff. 2000, same thing. Um, you know, Voivod. You can name virtually any band where you have a stretch of albums that are killer. But I would argue, I would put Church up there at the very top of bands that consistently always put out probably too much material. I mean, they have just been constantly churning material out, but there is very little drop off between albums. Very little. There's an occasional one that you're kind of like, okay, this is not quite up to par, but it's rare, man. And this is another fantastic album. Starts with the song Block, which is a droney building jammer, some cool sound effects, and insistent building of the main riff as Kilbey spits the lyrics out. Have to admit, this one is a super cool, insistent track with great guitars and very catchy too. The more ambient middle eight is trippy and spaced out like you'd expect it to be with the Church, swirling synths and acoustic electric guitars that stab. Killer track, Unified Field. Almost sounds like a pop tune out of the gate. Lots of big slashing chords, insistent repetitive synth lines, up-tempo driving track. The pre-chorus into the chorus is quite a delicious affair with great guitars on that. Space Needle bassy intro, thick and swirling. No fucking clue what Kilbey is waffling on about in the lyrics, which is, I love the fact that Kilbey is very esoteric with his lyrics. He's never direct about anything. He's never stating the obvious. He's kind of abstract in a lot of ways. What he's talking about a lot of the time, I don't know. I really don't know. He's not a Neil Peart or even a Bob Dylan or something, whatever. I mean, whoever you want to name as a great lyricist. He's a great lyricist, but he's very abstract. I have no idea what he's talking about in this song. Overview: a great Starfish meets Heyday meets Gold Afternoon, fixed vibes, lush and jangly. Awesome. Absolutely a sunny summer day. Sunny summer day. Say that 5 times in a row. Sunny summer day, tripper type of song. Great convertible song, man. To jam with the convertible top or with the windows open. Just a beautiful song. She'll Come Back for You Tomorrow. God, I love this song. It's not the one I picked, though, to play. Man, this is a Marty Wilson-Piper song. If there's one element that until the last week or so I kept feeling like I really missed out on, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we get down to further deeper, when Marty just walked away from the band and hasn't come back. Peter Koppes was still there and he had returned and whatnot. But the thing that I miss so much is Marty's incredible songwriting and his vocals. He was a different flavor, and I think they're doing just fine without him now. I'm going to say that up front, but I would love to have MWP back, man. I love that guy, and I've gotten really into his solo works here recently. Maybe we'll do a deep dive of those sometime in the future. I've been trying to get him to come on, but I don't know. I've wrote to his email on his the archive, and I'm not getting any response. So I got to take it that he's not interested. But She'll Come Back for You Tomorrow. Super cool bluesy number. Again, as I said, I always love the MWP tracks. His vocals are really a different vibe to Steve Kilbey's, which is, some people that I know that have heard the Church are like, I can't get into that guy's vocals, meaning Kilbey's. I love Steve Kilbey's vocals. I love them. But I do like when Marty MWP would kind of come in and change it up a little bit, give a little bit of a change of pace for the tracks that he sang on, or if he and Kilbey, co-sang on a song. So I do really miss that. And this is a perfect example. She'll Come Back for You Tomorrow is, God, I love this song so much. It's probably my personal favorite on the album, but I chose a different song to play. I can't play every song. Frankly, if I could play every fucking song on every album, I would. That's how much I love this band. There's very, very, very few Church songs that I go, I mean, there's ones that I'm kind of like, I like all these better, but it's very rare that I listen to a Church album and go, oh man, that song sucks, or that song's pretty lame, or that song's pretty average. It just rarely ever happens, man. They're just a special band. Kilbey's an amazing songwriter. Marty, Peter as well wrote some songs here and there, and then they started jointly working on stuff later. I read the book that I talked about in episode 2, No Certainty Attached, by what's his name? I can't read the guy's name. Robert Dean Laurie. It didn't really get into any of the, I think that only came up through 2010, so it didn't get into the Marty Wilson Piper leaving. It did talk about the Peter Kappas leaving the first time, and actually MWP left very early on, kind of, which I talked about in the first part. But yeah, I love this song. I love this song so damn much. I really should play it. Anyway, Pure Chance is a super down-tempo, lush, swirling, almost progressive track, very unlike most of what Kilbey and co. tended to write up to this point. Kind of the prog-spaced psychedelic track on the album. Pretty gorgeous, really drifting and droning in an upbeat way, oddly. Has a very Beatle-esque sort of vibe to it, with a little bit of Pink Floyd and a little bit of early Todd Rundgren maybe mixed in. It's a really unique Church track. It's really kind of I think it's kind of unlike anything they'd done before to that point. I think. Again, another track I should play, but I'm not going to. So again, I can't play every single song. I wish I could. Never Before, Super Lush. That's a Peter Kappas track. Very Rick Wright. Has a very Rick Wright vibe, and his voice is kind of sort of Rick Wright. And by that I mean Pink Floyd Rick Wright. It just has that kind of vibe to it. It's very gauzy. There's a lot of cool, lush synths and gauzy strings over top. Really cool, bluesy, quasi-jazzy chords. Really a stunning track. I really love that song. Again, I'm not going to play that song, though. Real Toggle Action. Now, we were just saying, I rarely find a Church song that I really don't like. Well, this is the song. Real Toggle Action. It's a really shitty track, to be honest with you. An exercise in studio and digital experimentation. Not a great track at all. The sound effects are not very forgiving all these years later. But so far that's only one kind of track. Was there another one here that I said Space Needle's kind of not a great track either. That's probably those are two of my least favorite Church tracks on this album. The synths are okay, ethereal and swirling, but the track's kind of annoying. That's Real Toggle Action. Untoward, jangly, acoustic, lush, and spacious with a more spoken word type delivery. But the chorus is multi-layer. Almost sounds like Coldplay a little bit. Maybe a little bit of Radiohead in there. It just has that kind of alternative of that era sound to it. And I'm sure they were listening to those bands. I wouldn't think that they wouldn't be. Day 5 is a spacey, trippy, swirling, ethereal synth track. Gorgeous celestial melodies and really killer jangly guitars. Dense lushness, a gorgeous track. I love that song. But I'm not going to play that one. And then the final track is Song to Go. This is a monster closer. Very Floydian meets. I kept trying to figure out maybe Radiohead a little bit, but it's very Floydian. The vocoder is killer, and the lush, layered, spaced, densely filled arrangement is stellar. Almost like a Godspeed You Black Emperor. Maybe that's the other band I was thinking about. It has that stringy Godspeed, like epic building thing going on. Just a killer ending track. Song to Go. That's the one I'm going to play. Because the one thing about Church albums is they almost always start with a banger and they almost always end with a banger. Sometimes it's a mixed bag in the middle, usually great, usually pretty good, occasionally but starts and finishes on most of their albums are always superlative, and this is no exception here. Um, let's see. This album has a lot of variety in it, probably more than most Church albums. Lots of standout tracks, but a few duds. If only that they had taken the best tracks off of Back with Two Beasts and added them together with this album, it possibly would have been an album that would have rivaled Priest equals Aura, which is, I think if you watched part one, you already know my number one album is Priest equals Aura. Everything is measured against that album. Most Church fans, a good portion of Church fans, let's put it that way, feel the same way. That is a 10 out of 10 fucking banger classic, Priest. If they would have taken the really good tracks off of Back with Two Beasts, put them on here and pulled a couple of duds off here, man, it would have been damn close to being as good as Priest. As it is, what I say here is all the great tracks that are on here, like She'll Come Back Tomorrow, Unified Fields, Easy, Overview, Never Before, Day 5, Block, make this an extremely strong album, but I'm going to only give it an 8.75 out of 10. All right, so now we're going to do a track. Going to do like we have all the other ones. We'll play a track, and then we'll come back. I tried to pick shorter tracks because I played a lot of really long ones, but I have a couple long ones in here, but not crazy long. Just so we keep this, hopefully I'm done before midnight, but I don't know. That might not happen. So, all right, here we go. I am going to play song to go. Oh man, this did not. Hang on a minute. Sorry, guys. It mixed everything up. All right, here we go. Let me know in the comments that you can hear it, please.
I said, oh no. Where did you want that little song to go?
Man, that song's so fucking cool, man. It reminds me in a weird way a little bit of kind of like 16 Horsepower, if you guys know that band, which is another favorite band of mine. It's got that weird harmonium or whatever that thing is. It's like an accordion piano thing that's really cool in it. Come on. But yeah, amazing track there. Song to go from Uninvited Light Clouds, 8.75. Amazing, amazing album. All right, next up, we've got in the last episode, in part 2, we talked about El Momento Descuidado. Now we do part 2, El Momento Siguiente. I forget what that means. Somebody will have to look it up. I forget what it means. Or maybe it's in here. The following moment. There you go. So this was the second in the Liberation acoustic series, following 2005's El Momento Descuidado. The album was released in February 2007. It consists of newly recorded acoustic versions of previously released songs, plus 3 new compositions and a cover of the Triffids' Wide Open Road. That's a great song, but I'm not going to play that one. It was reissued in 2009 on the band's own label. Here we go. Unorthodox Records. There we go. I couldn't think of it. I knew what it was, but I couldn't think of it. So I really liked Descuidado because it sort of shows a different side of the band, a different vibe, particularly when you're talking, look, we all know stuff like Alice in Chains did like MTV's Unplugged, and of course Nirvana, that's probably the most famous one. Kiss did one. I can't remember who else did that. But these acoustic, Tesla did the 5-man acoustical jam. But a lot of the times bands write songs in the studio that, have a lot of layering and a lot going on, and they have trouble stripping them back to acoustic versions that you want to hear. Church is not that band, and they do a lot of layering and a lot of effects and processing and vocal effects and guitar effects and all that kind of stuff. But when you strip it away, I think a lot of their songs, Steve in particular, and he's a fantastic guitar player. Marty, when he was with the band, Peter, I believe they write a lot of their stuff on acoustics. That's how I usually write stuff, and I'm always like, if it sounds good on acoustic, it's going to sound much better when I do all kinds of processing and all that kind of stuff with it, studio-wise or electric-wise. So, the one thing if I can bitch about the churches, they never seem to have big budgets to do great artwork. They've had a couple of like Pre-Sequels R is killer, Golden Afternoon Fix is cool, Seance is kind of interesting, the Bird Crusade is kind of interesting, but none of their artwork's been like amazing. It's pretty plain, but it doesn't need to be anything more than that. Again, this is the Liberation copy, so it's an OG. A lot of killer tracks on here, and again, I'll note the ones that are not their own. So Wide Open Road is a Triffids cover. Reminds me of a lot like of a rocky, a little bit more rocky, folky Tom Petty. It's a really cool track. I really like it. I love the mandolin and the dulcimer in the background, hammered dulcimer. It's really cool. It's really great. The chorus is very simple, but it's great. Kind of goes, in a wide open road. I don't know the original, and I've heard of the Triffids, but I don't know it. but their version is fantastic. So It's No Reason is off of Seance. It's a really beautiful reimagining, especially with the cello and the strings. Quite a gorgeous rendition of it. A lot less gothy, like the OG version is. Then they do the one song. I like it. I don't love it. And I think it's probably because it's probably my favorite, pound for pound. It's probably my favorite church song of all time. Well, it's definitely top 5. And on most days, it's probably my favorite. And that would be Reptile off of Starfish. I fucking love that song so much. I can listen to it over and over and over. That guitar line, Steve's delivery of the lyrics themselves are fantastic. But the version on here is, the signature guitar lanes or the signature guitar lines. The do 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 do. They're on piano. It's not quite as effective to my ears. It's weird. I don't know why, but what I really don't like about it is that they kind of made it into a piano bar type version, almost like a revivalist version, or maybe like if you went into some piano bar and you said, "Hey man, do you know this church song Reptile?" And then he would do sort of a jazzy, rocky sort of version. I don't like it because I don't hate it, but I don't love it because that song is vicious, dark, gothy amazingness, rock, alternative rock. And I didn't really like. That's the one song reimagining I did not like on here. Tantalize off of Seance is Droney. Really cool reimagining of that. It's Droney. It's really nice. Electric Lash is also off of Seance. Kind of a countrified take on this gothy classic. Pretty solid. Kind of weirdly bluegrassy. It's just odd. They have a bottleneck slide on there in dobro. It's good. It's not bad. It's pretty cool. After Everything. That's After Everything. Now this, one of my favorite albums. If you watch part 2, they use a lot of strings on this one and on the lead arrangement. Tons of cool acoustic instruments like mandolin, guitar, but the strings are the standout feature on this fantastic version of this. Two Places at Once comes off of Sometime Anywhere. This is actually a very sparse and gorgeous interpretation of the track with both Kilbey and Marty Wilson-Piper joining together and co-lead vocaling it. It's really a standout track on this one because on the Sometime Anywhere album, it's a decent track. It's not one of my favorites, but on here it's probably right up near the top. If there wasn't 2 other songs that I'm going to play. I'm going to play 2 off this just so you get a different flavor for what they do because they're both fairly short. Appalachia, which is off, or Appalachia, off of Forget Yourself. That's a Coppice tune. Pretty cool reimagining, quite a bit shorter than the one on the album, but very beautiful. Violin or some sort of plucking instrument that's going on there. It sounds like it's a plucked violin. Maybe it's cello. I'm not sure. Really beautiful Appalachia. That's one of the standout tracks on Forget Yourself, and it's a standout on here as well. Bordello is a new song. It's a pretty killer track. Smoky, jazzy, bluesy. Kind of sounds like what nicotine probably tastes like. It's like you went into a smoky bar and this is playing. Works perfect. Pure Chance, which is off of Uninvited. This is a super killer reimagining of this song with spectacular Inga Lidstrom vocals on it that blow this track out of the water. Her voice is fucking amazing. It really makes this song stand out. I'm not going to play that one though. I should though. I really should. Then we've got Grind off of Gold Afternoon Fix, another killer remake of one of the best songs on Gold Afternoon Fix. How much I love this. I love this song. Again, this is another one of my favorite church songs, Grind, but I really love it this way as an acoustic. It's mysteriously gorgeous. Should have ended the album. I really feel like they should have ended the album with this one. I'm sorry, no, I goofed. Hold on. This is the version that I dig the best. The next song is I'm going to play these both. North, South, East, West off of Starfish. Absolutely stunning arrangement of this gem of a track from Starfish. It's dark, haunting, mysterious, gorgeous song. This is the song they should have ended this on. North, South, East, West. I'm probably biased because along with Reptile, North, South, East, West would be like 1 and 1A, my favorite church songs. I fucking love that song. And I figured the chords out the other day, which I hadn't tried before, but I did, and I'm learning the song. But they do have one other song here. They have a new track called Comeuppance, which is an instrumental. It's a great little jam that's earnest and bright and colorful and awesome. So a fantastic reimagining of many classic church songs from the electric to acoustic settings. It's a really fantastic set of song choices that they made, and the reinterpretations are brilliant. Gonna give this a 9.25 out of 10. This is the better of the two. Siguiente over Descuidado, which I believe I gave an 8.75 or a 9.2. That's a great one too. So let's do a track. Let's do two tracks. We're gonna do Grind first and North, South, East, West because they run concurrent. So give me one moment here. Actually, we're just going to do one song. We're just going to do North, South, East, West, I think. I think we'll just go with that. If I have time at the end, maybe I'll throw Grind on last because we could end on that. All right, here we go. North, South, East, West, acoustic.
Wars being waged and the world's just a stage in this city, wear a gun and be proud that their breasts aren't allowed liquidity. Dream of a scam and then rake in the clan in this city. Have a quick throw, host your own show, liquidity. It's neither here nor there, it's neither here nor there. South, east and west, ought to be somewhere, it ought to be somewhere. South, east and west, I take my payment, I catch my flight. Don't wait up for me tonight. You might find me there. You might find me there. It's a wolf from a lamb for just $5,000 in this city. The face of today is a scalpel away. Liquidity. The guys with the brains are all bitter and vain in this city. The guys with the luck get the bimbos and bums. Liquidity. It's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there. South, east and west. It ought to be somewhere. It ought to be somewhere. South, east and west. I take my payment, I catch my flight. Don't wait up for me tonight. You might find me there. You might find me there. South, east and west.
Man, I just freaking love that song so goddamn much, man. It is just, oh god, sublime, sublime, so beautiful. So if we at the end, I'm gonna try to do one of two things. We'll take a look at how long we've gone, and if we've gone super duper damn long, um, yeah, Lord Angron, yeah, you either embrace it or you don't. Exactly. Most people do. I think Getty's much more difficult sell to a lot of people. I think Kilby's a lot easier on the eardrums, but you're right. He is a bit of an acquired taste for a lot of people, and I think a lot of people sort of feel like, oh, he's just sort of yeah. And that's not true at all. If that's what you hear, your ears are kind of fucked up. So, but he sounds amazing there, and I believe that was Marty Wilson Piper doing the backing parts there. But yeah, so okay, that was El Momento. Yeah, shit, Siguiente. Sorry. Okay, so the next thing up, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. I'm really not even going to go through it track by track because it's a very weird album. It's kind of uh, essentially what happened was Kilby, I think, was approached to do some music for this film, this Aussie film. I don't know a lot about the film, to be completely honest with you. It's kind of like a really fever dream, like a mushroom fever dream. You can see the artwork has all the mushroom here growing out of the guy's head or whatever. I did not do a lot of fact finding on the movie. I've never seen it, so if some of you have or people that watch it have, you can kind of let me know. Little bit I've read about it. Sort of seems like it's, an art house film, sort of that kind of thing. Some of those can be great, some can be shitty. But they were approached to do this soundtrack to this thing, and a lot of it's synth stuff. There are some full band tracks here, but a lot of it seems to be Kilby sort of, doing his thing. The Shriek and Afterward was directed by J.T. Lindroos, based on the novel the same name by Jeff Vandermeer. Steve, this is how Steve describes it on his blog on April 9th, 2008. Ooh, strange stuff, dark stuff, fevered music, whispery, scrawly, medieval, bluesy, half songs, evil bass lines, snaky guitars, tribesmen chanting, opera singers, and mellotrons. Too much in some places, a total oral trip. Dig it or you suck. Just joking. The first run of this CD was on Orthodox. It's the very first thing they put out on their Unorthodox. Sorry. It emitted track 2, The Shriek Voices, even though the sleeve lists all 17 tracks. Sleeve also lists tracks titled The Gray Caps and Ambergris, but in the book, those names are spelled The Gray Caps and Ambergris differently. Also, this is the first run of CDs was plagued with pops. Tim Powles finished work on the remastered version of this album, Unorthodox number UNO 8, with track 2 restored, all pops removed, and typos corrected, just before leaving for the North American So Love May Find Us tour in June of 2009. This is the first release on the Church's label. So again, this is sort of a soundtracky thing, and to be honest with you, it's a tough one. It's a tough listen. It doesn't suck, but is it essential? Absolutely not. And this is one that you're going to pay a bunch of money for because it was short printed on their label, Unorthodox. Yeah, I'm not going to get into much of the stuff here. There's 17 tracks. I'll mention a couple ones. There's the Shriek theme, which is what I'm going to play. Has lots of gorgeous synth pads and echo delay and spacey units through spacey effects throughout. Cool shit. Even the Flies Have Eyes is a drony Kilby repetitive thing where he just says the same thing over and over and over. He says jealous, jealous, jealous. The Gray Caps is a really cool synthy plucked vocoder spoken word thing. Spaced dark and haunting chordal fragments. Ambergris is a really dark and foreboding sort of spoken word track with lots of whines and moans and squeals. Sort of sounds like Robert Frick fucking around on the guitar. Kind of wacky and menacing. Kind of gets annoying after a while, though. Incident at Bannerville, same deal. Not really working for me all throughout this thing. So I am going to play the Shriek theme. Maybe I'll let me see what I got queued up here. Maybe I'll play the let's see, this is Shriek theme. Let me change this a minute here. I'll do the gray caps. I kind of forget what it sounds like, though, to be honest with you. I didn't spend a lot of time with this, but we'll go with this one. We'll go with this one. We'll see how this one rolls. So the theme is only like 2 minutes long. This is 4.5, so we'll go with this one. All right. This is the Gray Caps from Shriek, excerpts from the soundtrack by The Church for this movie.
Do you think she can see us from here? She's thinking what she is. But what could she be thinking about? How long she been in there? 7 hours. I bring her food and drink. I'll take it out again. She's going to be there to the rest of the week. He's the last of the slaves and the cursed caps. What'd she do then? What could she be telling us in furious? The story of her history of hopes and lies and children. Whatever it is, it must be to her. Fine. That child is like an echo of false awareness starts walking. Yes. Yes, it does. Do you think she's anything to do with us. It's not anything to do with us.
Yeah, actually, that's probably the best song other than maybe the theme. It's pretty trippy. I mean, like I would dig if the rest of the album was like that, but a lot of it's just this spoken word with sound effects and maybe some ethereal synth in the background, and it's just very uninteresting. If I ran across a copy for a couple bucks somewhere, yeah, I'd grab it because it's very expensive, generally speaking. But would I buy it for $20? No, because I wouldn't listen to it that often. I'd only want it in the collection to fill out the discography because I'm trying to be a completist with them. But yeah, it's just for completists and only at the right price is what I would say. So, all right, the next one I do not own, unfortunately, and I've not seen it a lot online very often. And let me see if I can find a picture of this one. I thought I did, but it's an interesting little, I would call it more like a maxi single again. It's 3 tracks. It's an instrumental version of one song where there's vocals on it. And the other track is a cover of the Kate Bush song, The Hounds of Love. Excuse me. And so here's what this looks like. And then I think I might just play both tracks because they're not that long. The third track, the coffee song is basic. It's the coffee song, but how easy it all is essentially Breathe by Pink Floyd. Very laid back, tripped out, very psychedelic, very layered, spacey. It's a beautiful track. You'll hear it in a minute here. But here's the EP. And I've seen it out there a fair amount, but I've just never seen it for a price that I feel like paying for 3 songs. One being a cover and one being an extended version of the main single. I don't really know the story about this. I don't think there is much of a story. Oh, by the way, to go back to Shriek, my final thoughts on that were interesting self-release soundtrack to a book indie movie, very ambient and spacey, and definitely you got to get the mushrooms going. And they're significant in the artwork because it feels like it's an oral LSD trip. It's cool, but it's not essential. 4.5 out of 10. Not enough meat on the bone for me to stay interested in it. All right, so on this Coffee Hounds, the interesting thing about this is came out in 2009 in February, and it includes a track that doesn't end up on the next album, which is coming out in March, and it's got this cover of the Kate Bush song. What's also interesting is that the next album, Untitled 23, which comes out March 6th of 2009, has 2 EPs that end up coming out with. Each has 1 song off the album, but each has 3 additional songs. One of the songs on Pangea, which I wish I could play, is 18 minutes long, and it's one of the best songs they've ever done. And then on the Operetta EP, they do a 34-minute track, a jam track. It's mostly a jam space jam. This thing was just kind of meant as a stopgap to get them to the release of the album, from what I gather. That's what my understanding of it is. Why it came out. So again, the coffee song is sort of Breathe by Pink Floyd, laid back, tripped out. The Hounds of Love is a great cover that's quirky and quite good. Earnest and fun, kind of. There you go. So I didn't. Well, Milky Way has been featured on everything, dude. I mean, I didn't know Blood Money was on there though. But yeah, Milky Way has been in a million different things. I mean, Milky Way put Steve in a house and let him buy all the weed that he needed to buy, and kind of be a hippie performing rock star. Because without Milky Way, I think all these guys would have had regular jobs fairly quickly. That was the song that kind of made their lives pretty easy. And I guess the guys, even Coppas, and they all get some cut of that, but they don't get the cut that Steve gets because he's the writer of the song, and he has all the publishing. I don't know if he cut a deal with those guys and gave them a little bit of it or what, but Steve's still raking in money from that, pretty, I would think, comfortable money easily. So, all right, let's play a song from Coffee Hounds. Let's do this song, the Coffee song. Again, the third track is called How Easy It All Is Extended, and it's an instrumental version of this song I'm going to play for you right now. All right. And we got to just do one more thing here.
I hear you coming, baby, as the caffeine hits its stride. How easy it all is. Deep one, so deep inside. I hear you talking, baby. Both of us with clearer head. How easy it all is. Deep one, so deep inside. child running in the night, afraid of what might be, hiding in the dark, hiding in the street, and of what was following me. The hounds of love are hunting me. I feel your arms around me. I've always been a coward. And I don't know what's good for me. Now here I go. It's coming for me through the trees. Oh, help me someone, help me please. I take my shoes off, throw them in the lake, and I'm 2 steps on the water. I found a fox caught by dogs. He let me hold him in my hand. His little heart, it beats so fast, and I'm ashamed of running away. Nothing's real, I just can't deal with this. I'm still afraid to be among your hounds of love. I feel your arms around me. I've always been a coward. I don't know what's good for me. Now here I go. It's coming for me through the trees. Oh, help me, darling, help me, please. You take my shoes off, throw them in the lake, and I'll be 2 steps on the water. I don't know what's good for me, don't know what's good for me. I need love, 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 love. I don't know what's good for me, don't know what's good for me. I need love, love, love. I don't know what's good for me, I don't know what's good for me. I need love, 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 love. I don't know what's good for me, I don't know what's good for me. I need love, love, love. Take my shoes off, throw them in the lake. 2 steps on the water.
All right, so cover of Kate Bush's "Hounds of Love," great cover, fantastic cover. And they have been known to do a bunch of covers, even live. They've done covers. "Box of Birds," which we talked about in the second episode, I think, has a ton of influential, cool covers. I think I played the Porpoise song. They do a killer version of Cortez the Killer, Neil Young. Very good band. This is just a great band of great players. And so that, not surprising. And the first track, the Coffee song, is just so killer, man. Might be one of my favorite tracks off of that were supposed to be on this album, but it was not put on this album. So we've got The Church Untitled number 23, which came out on Second Motion. Oh, by the way, that little EP, I'm not even sure what that came out on, to be honest with you. I don't know. Let me see if I can find. That came out on Unorthodox, their label. It was the second thing they put out. Came out in 2009. Just checking to see if there's any interesting stuff to note on that. I don't think there is. Yeah, there's nothing real extensive as far as notes for that. I think I might be echoing. Sorry. Yeah. So there you go. Little EP to, or not really like a maxi single to hold and a cover to hold over until they put this album out, and this is Untitled 23, which came out March 6, 2009. It was recorded at Space Junk Studio, which I believe is Steve's studio, in the Orange Room in Sydney, New South Wales. 2008 through 2009. Second Motion. Actually, I don't have an unorthodox. I have. Oh no, wait. Do it? Yeah, I do. Unorthodox. This is an original. I remember grabbing this when it came out, and then finding out there was 2 EPs. Now I have one of the EPs, and I bought the other one. Here's the. These are really actually maxi singles in a weird way. I guess they're EPs because they're both close to half an hour. But the way that I read this, let's go through this here together. This is a 23rd album by Australian rock band The Church. Let's see, the album length. It was the 23rd Australian album. It was the 23rd Australian album length collection of original studio recordings, counting the 4 outtakes albums: A Quick Smoke at Spots, Parallel Universe, Beside Yourself, and Back with 2 Beasts. So those are the other things that came out on their label. The covers albums, A Box of Birds, and the acoustic albums, El Momento Descuidado and Siguiente. So that's all the stuff that they put out on their labels. Unorthodox. Let's see. The album was released on the band's own label, Unorthodox, in Australia, and Second Motion in North America. That's why my copy says Second Motion on it. Praised for its moody yet strong songwriting, it has yielded some of the Church's best reviews. In 2009, the band released a teaser EP entitled Pangea, featuring the title track and 3 outtakes, LLC, Insanity, and So Love May Find Us, which featured lead vocal contributions from Kappas and Wilson Piper. Untitled 23 was released almost simultaneously with the Pangea, which is the one that I don't have. That's the one I just found the other night that's coming in, and was really hard to find, quite frankly. The Operetta EP, they came out on the same day, which is weird. The Pangea and the album came out on the same day, March 6, 2009. But this Operetta, which is from the same sessions, came out in November 27th, and included the title track and 3 jam tracks, outtakes from Untitled 23 recording sessions. Silhouette and Meltdown, Moon Hangs in Black, and Particles Matter. In April 2010, the band embarked on their 30th anniversary tour, playing an all-acoustic set chronicling one song from each album, played in reverse order. At each show, a full-color retrospective program was distributed to each audience member, along with the 3rd EP from Untitled number 23, Dead Man's Hand, which we'll get to. That's the next EP that I have here, which contained the title track plus 4 outtakes: Stardust, The Kicker, Dakota, and The Garden. Tons of material for this sessions, and I swear I read somewhere that they actually were going to put out a double album, but that the label balked at that. They had the material for it, maybe even a triple album. I mean, and the crazy thing is, all this material is pretty high level. So let's talk about this album first, then we'll touch on the EPs. I do want to do this real quick. Where are you? No, that's solos. Final. Where are the albums, Mom? There it is. Right there. We'll pull this up in a sec. So under the album here, we've got, starts off with Cobalt Blue, which is a really spacey, ethereal, haunted guitar, haunted synths, mellotrons even sounds like. They swell into a delay, and they all swell in all this delay and lots of processing. And the chorus is shimmering Spaciness, awesome, as almost every opening track on a church album usually is. This is no exception. This opening track, Cobalt Blue, absolutely mesmerizingly beautiful, but I'm not going to play that track. Dead Man's Hand, dark and melodic, jangly, ethereal, has lots of layered vocals and swirliness going on. Nothing new there. Lots of cool intertwined guitars that alone wouldn't work well, but meshed together really work incredibly well. Pangea is kind of dreamy and drifty, old school and new school voices. Kind of sounds like the Beatles and the Beach Boys at times. Happenstance, dreamy drifting, sort of the Milky Way of the album. Languid and liquid and layered in beauty, although could have done without the whispered dramatic vocals on this one. The backing vocals really make it stand out, though. Has a very Floydian liquidity to it. Lots of cool studio trickery. Space Savior, not horrible, but probably my least favorite track on the album. Not a big fan of the repetitiveness of Kilbey's voice on this one. Isn't much to my liking, but this is one of a very few handful of church songs that I actually really actively don't enjoy. On Angel Street, it's not a bad song, but the car horn sound, it's got this annoying ma'am, 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 just as insistent like pedal tone, but it sounds like a Casio, man. It's so it bugs the shit out of me. It's okay. It's a grower. I think I liked it better the third or fourth time I listened to it, but I didn't love it at first. It kind of bothered me. Okay, Sunken Sun. Gorgeous, blissful, slow ballad unfolds like a great glass of wine. Fantastic Marty Wilson-Piper solo on this one. Love all the studio trickery, the chiming, ringing guitar notes and synths. Super cool track for Sunken Sun. Was going to play that one, but I opted for a different one. Anchorage, pretty cool big rocker with lots of languid passages. Almost a ballad in many ways. Great lyrics, but oddly, not sure why Kilbey seems to be shouting his line in many of these songs, or at many points in this song, which isn't as appealing to me, to be honest. And there's no way to my ears that Cortez the Killer from Neil Young wasn't a huge influence on this song. Because I don't want to say they're copying Cortez the Killer, but man, it's there. The earworms are undeniable. Then there's Lunar, which is a beautiful shimmering space journey. I really love Kilbey's voice on this one. Mainly a piano and guitar led piece. Sounds like all the band are singing on the multi-part harmony sections. Killer track, probably my favorite, and we're going to listen to that one. Operetta is gorgeous drifting ballad, super chilled. This is a slow burn. None of the songs are really outright rockers at all. Most are artistic ballads with lots of emotional depth and a gentleness that sort of is a usual thing for the church. Not many up-tempo songs, mostly ballads that open up with repeated listens. After a late night listen with a glass or two of wine, I'm giving this an 8.75. I really like this album quite a bit. We'll talk about all the stuff that's associated with this period, and then I'll go down through and play a couple tracks. So Pangea is this album here. This is the artwork for it there. Really cool. Again, it's only 4 tracks. Pangea, LLC, Insanity, and So Love May Find Us. And I've got to talk about this track, man. This song is just fucking unbelievable. I say this all the time and look stupid because I say the same thing over and over, and I get excited about something. But this is absolutely, well, as far as long tracks, because it's 18 minutes almost, this is hands down my favorite church song. It is fucking phenomenal. It's just an amazing song. It never gets bored for 18 minutes. It's just mind-blowingly good. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about it. It's just that stellar a track. And really, the whole EP is quite good too. We've got Pangea, which is kind of dreamy and drifting, old school, new school, like we said, Beach Boys. LLC is very 12-string, jangly and birdsy, kind of poppy and airy and summery cool. The synth line, I love the little synth line that leads the song. I think this is a Coppice tune, LLC. Insanity, kind of bluesy and waltzy. MWP on this one, and as usual, his songs are always kind of standouts, as they don't all have the Kilbey sound, which is not a diss about Kilbey. It's an observation. MWP wrote a lot of singular songs for these church albums that really stand out, and this is no exception. We're going to listen to that track. And then, so Love May Find Us, 18 plus minutes of sheer bliss. Such a killer church track, so progressive and yet so church. Like just crazy killer vibes throughout the track, and the music is sublime and spacious, lush and amazing. Such a stunning later era song by a band that really has to try hard, in my opinion, to write shitty music. They do on occasion, but it's rare. And this, oh my God, So Love May Find Us is just amazing. I wish I could play the full 18 minutes, but I'm not going to. All right, let's see. What do we got down here? That was Pangea. And then Operetta EP, which I don't have a physical copy of that. This is, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one here. This is the Operetta. Yeah. As far as I can tell, the lead-off track, which is the single from the 23 album, is the same track. I can't really tell any difference. Gorgeous and dreamy, as only the church can do, over and over and over and over again. Yet they all sound newish and familiar in a weird way. They're new EPs and tracks. Silhouette in Meltdown is mostly acoustic 12-string. Kind of a throwaway track for me. I don't really love this track. No disrespect to Peter, but this one didn't do much. Moonangs in Black, though. Super cool. Meditative. Super chilled. Space synths. Percussion. Great Kilbey vocals and lyrics. Quite a stellar track. And then Particles Matter, which is the super long-ass track. Wait, did you see it? Oh, wait. It doesn't say on there. They don't even have the tracks list on there. That's interesting. It's 18 minutes long. Or no, it's 34 minutes long. Sorry. It's a krautrocker. Lots of psych guitar and pretty aggressive, heavier moments. It's a super killer track. But it is not the one. It's not like So Love May Find Us off of Pangea. All right, so I'll just talk about Dead Man's Hand quick, too, because that's part of these sessions as well. And this was put out later in 2010. I don't actually have a date. I'm not sure why. Just a cardboard wallet, slip wallet there. Let me see. Does it say when? Nah. Came out, as it says, 2010, and it's on Unorthodox and Second Motion, so... this is kind of cool because you get a couple pictures of the band, young looking. Apparently, during this period of time, the fact that the tour was, there was an abundance of material being written by everybody in the band, a lot of co-writes, and there was just too much to put on even a double album. So this one kind of came out later. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. It's well worth owning. This is what I'm trying to find. So Dead Man's Hand is a dark, mystical track. Could be a darker After Everything Now This track or Forget Yourself track. Swirling and lush and layered and ethereal vibes. Stardust, super killer track. Really evocative and darkly intense. Kilbey spinning a twisted tail. Crystalline clean tones. And layered darker, heavier ones underneath. And almost a trip-hop beat in that one. The kicker. Short little interlude of reverse guitar noodling and swelling voices. It's cool, but it's not essential. Dakota, chiming dark, Floydian, resonant, and beautiful. Some killer heavy guitar layers and hanging riffs. Tones are killer too. Great song. The Gardener, another great song. Mantra, and even a bit of reggae in this one. Lyrics are astonishing. Ooh, I don't know what. And hashed out hazel. Hashed out hazel. I don't know what that means. Hashed out and hazy, probably. Lots of noodling. Great track. Killer Mellotron vibes. A little bit slow for me overall, but I still a great track. I give Operetta an 8.5 out of 10. I give the EP, which excuse me, hold on now. Let me. That's Operetta. Sorry. So we got Dead Man's, which came out in November of 2010, and then you got Operetta, which came out in November of 2009. So you got this one came out in 2010, early 2010, and these are all sessions and bonus tracks from Untitled 23. There's Operetta, which came out in November of 2020. Shit, where's that? When did that come out? 2009. Then you had the album come out the same time Pangaea came out in March of 2009. So let's hit some tracks. How are we making out on time? I'm actually doing pretty good on time, so that's kind of shocking. I'm not dicking around though, so that's probably why. So, all right, what do we got here? We'll do it in the order of release. So this is Insanity off of Pangaea. And add to the stage. Oh, wait. I think I gotta... Yeah, I gotta remove that. There we go. Pain in the dick. And that goes off. And then we go over here. And this is Insanity right here. Nope. Not invite guest. Share screen. And where's that? Where'd it go? What the fuck? Hold on a sec here, guys. Where did it go? I can't find it in here. What? Oh, there it is. Okay. No, that's not it. There it is. There we go. God, that was difficult. Fuck. All right. So this is the track Insanity. I believe it's an MWP track.
It's just insanity. The concept and the theme. The lunatics are free. The madness in my dream. It's happening again. There's only pain in my head, and you can't articulate suicidal, and it's full of holes. It's only battle. I need some recompense. It's just insanity. The concept and the theme. The lunatics are free. That is in my dream. The chalice has turned sour. It's getting worse by the hour. And you know that solution's getting complicated, and I can't believe how long I've waited. Can we get back to the place that we are now, face to face? It's insanity, the concept and the theme. The lunatics are free. The nightmares in my dream. And it's inexcusable and unacceptable, out of character and incontestable, poisonous, vicious, underhanded. And it surely can't be the way God planned it, unless it's just a myth and everything's random. And the lies are common and it's hard to withstand them. It's totally insane. All that I want was a fine-tooth comb, holding in on the night. All that it was just 1 pound of flesh, and you until you get it right. Was a kind of a buzz, day on day. All that it means was a long time seems, and no sound, motion. All that it was that it says is there's nothing left to bless. All that it says is it's dead. Just like the moon as it shines above, and just like the way each leaf on the tree trembles at dawn. I can't go on, I can't go on, can't go on, can't go on. Can't go on. Just like the moon as it hangs in black, just like the way the mountain carries everything on its back. I sing for you, I sing for the sky above. It's all outside. Just like the moon as it shines above, and just like the way each leaf on the tree trembles at dawn. Just like the moon as it hangs in black, just like the way The mountain carries everything on its back. Can't go on, can't go on, can't go on. Beyond, I heard you not so fun. All depends how you respond to me, babe. Now I'm in that distant hill, no summer to disturb the chill. You should bring another kill to me, babe. I got moonshine, I got lead, I got a tombstone at my head, got a mountain for my bed, me, babe. I got flowers in the dark, I can hear the hellhounds hark. Listen, can you hear him bark? Me, babe. All the stars hanging in the sky, all the silence just running dry. Just a feeling, all the stars hanging in the sky. All the silence chin is running dry. It's just a feeling. great white sky where the winds will never die. Tell me, are you coming by me, babe? I got daisies for my chain. Say you bring me back again. Tell me that you feel no pain for me, babe. When you kneel to cry me tear, when you go away from here, all the angels doth appear to me, babe. I got night, I got cold, I got dead, I got old. These are the things you told to me, babe.
Man, that track is such a fucking banging song, man. Love the Marty Wilson Piper play on there. Peter Cobas too. Ah, what a killer song, man. God damn. I forgot when I picked that out just how much I love that track. So what we did there was we went through the three EPs, if you will, and the album, kind of in release sequence of the writing sessions, if you will, and recording sessions for the church Untitled number 23. So much amazing material in this 4 discs like conglomerate. Now just pretend that I've got Pangea here, and I didn't even play for you what is probably my favorite song of all, which is the So Love May Find Us, the 18 plus minute track on Pangea. I mean, that is a mind fucking blowing song. It's so good. But really that Stardust song, man, I totally forgot how wicked that track is. All these songs, it really is a dynamic. The 3 EPs and the actual album, man. I mean, you just cannot fucking go wrong there. If I had to give ratings, I believe, what did I do here? I gave an 8.75 to the album, but Pangea, I probably would give. I don't really love. Let me see. Hold on here. I'm sorry. Pangea, I'd probably give like a 9.5 to, maybe a 9.75. For Operetta, I'm not crazy about Silhouette and Meltdown, but I'd still give it a 9.5 because Particles Matter is unbelievable. I mean, it's 34 minutes, I believe, long. Is that right? No, that's maybe I don't have that right. I don't have the numerical numbers written down here. I believe it's 32 or 34 minutes long, and it's an ass kicker, man. Killer guitar work on Particles Matter. So, yeah, and then this one here is fantastic too because Dead Man's Hand is dark and mystical. Like I said, it's kind of a darker After Everything Now This, Forget Yourself track. Stardust, you just heard it, man. It's absolutely fucking amazing track. The kicker is a short little interlude of reverse Newland guitar. It's okay. Probably a little, it didn't need to be on there. Dakota is really beautiful Floydian hanging riffs, killer tones, and the Gardener. A lot of people love the Gardener. I think it's a great track, but it's my least favorite song other than that interlude. 8.5 for that one. So there you go. All right, further deeper. All right, so some history here now we got to get into a little bit because this is my first time seeing this band live is on this tour. And this album comes out October 17th, 2014. I didn't see them until March of 2015. Let's see. The overseas version is 78 minutes. The U.S. version is 66 minutes. Never long on or never short on material. They just always have very long albums, and generally they're well worth having. This was the first album church album over 5 years, during which time Marty Wilson Piper moved to Sweden and was replaced by former Powderfinger guitarist Ian Hogue. Kilbey said Hogue was asked to join the band on the album only after he had tried for 6 months to contact Wilson Piper. Marty wasn't kicked out or asked to leave. He went to Sweden, and when I started writing to him to say, hey, it's time to make an album, he didn't even write back. I tried to contact him by every known means, and he didn't reply. So we say he's unavailable. He also said that drummer Tim Powles had suggested Ian Hogue, a fan of the church since his teenage years, as a new guitarist. Hogue joined the band in Sydney to record and in 5 days co-wrote more than 20 songs. Ian's enthusiasm re-energized us, Kilbey said. I'm not blaming Marty for this, but a certain cynicism and skepticism was shattered when Ian joined the band. Ian's all over this record. He's the prime mover behind a lot of the songs. He was always there with his guitar strapped on, suggesting, what about this? Overdub after overdub. It was very inspiring to be part of that. He told Rolling Stone, this is Kilbey, we knew he was a great player, but we didn't know if we could work with him. As soon as he turned up, then Peter arrived 10 minutes later. The three of us cooked up Miami, the song Miami. We wrote it quickly and without any pain or bloodshed. So I have a real fond spot for this song. In concert, we've been doing it as the last song, and it's just been slaying people. It's just what the doctor ordered for the church, a new epic. All right, so this is the first album I see them at in Philly, down at World Cafe. And I never thought I'd get to see these guys because, I don't know, it just never seemed to happen. And then this tour happened. What's interesting about it is I took my kid, my oldest kid, Lauren, and we ran into a friend of my daughter's mom who was married, but she was there with another dude. So that was kind of weird because I had to pretend like, oh, because she's like, oh, this is a friend of mine. Because I guess she went to this show in Philly thinking I'll never run into anybody I know there. And I walk in, she's like, oh, hi, Jeff. Oh, this is my friend. Right? Yeah, I could just tell something was going on. It was weird. So I kept kind of watching from a distance because she was quite the looker. And yeah, there was definitely something going on. As she drank more alcohol, she got less worried about me being there. Anyway, saw them play at the get. Peter Koppes was still in the band at this point in time. I gotta say, this is one of my favorite albums. You'll find out at the end here when I go through my rankings, and we're making great time. But this is one of my favorite albums of that by the church. It's such a fantastic album. It came out on Unorthodox, so their label. It was produced by the church and Tim Powles. I can't remember if this is the first album he did, but he started to have he's got a studio, and he started to have a much bigger hand in producing and in engineering their albums, not just playing drums. Okay, so where are we at here? All right, Vanishing Man. Man, I there's a couple songs on here I want to play. I'm going to play at least 2, maybe 3. Probably just 2. I really want to play 3. But Vanishing Man should be one of them, but it's not going to be one of them. And the reason it should be one of them is because, quite frankly, this is one of the best opening tracks they've ever done to this point. It is stunning. Every church album opens with a banger, but this is a mega super duper black hole banger, man. It is so good. Super atmospheric and ethereal, glittering, shimmering, all those things. Kilbey's washy, haunting vocals are so amazing on this track. The female backing singers take this track way over the top. Probably a top 10 church song for me easily. I say that all the time, I know. Top 40. Delirious, such a killer chorus on this one. Man, this material is dense and incredibly layered and lush as hell. Just a mind-blowing track. Almost reminds me of the song Harmony Corinne by Steven Wilson. I don't know if you guys know that album. His first solo album, Insurgentes, Harmony Corinne. It reminds me a lot of that song, which definitely came out before this one. So maybe Ian Hogue was familiar with Steven Wilson. Maybe Steve Kilbey was familiar with Steven Wilson. I know when I hung out with Steven back in October after the show in Philly, we hung out for about an hour in the green room. We were just talking about music, and we've been friends for 30 plus years. And I said, who I've been listening to a lot of is The Church. This is back in October because I knew I was going to be starting to do this deep dive sometime in November. It's taken, I guess it's taken me. Did I do the first part in November or was it December? Anyway, taking about 2 months. And I mentioned him. He's like, no, I know The Church, but he goes, I don't really know them. And I said, yeah, you and Kilbey have a lot in common. He said, you're not the first person that said that. So he's heard that from other people. I don't know that he knew, other than maybe like Milky Way or whatever, some of the early hits maybe. But Kilbey and Wilson remind me of each other a lot. So, all right, this album is absolutely fantastic. I do really like the artwork on this one for a change. Let's get back here. Pride Before the Fall, another spacey, trippy, psychedelic brain twister. So lush and beautiful and cinematic. Man, I was listening to this album a couple days ago, and I'm like, God, I remember now why I love this album so much. When I got to this track, I was like, God, I love this fucking album. When it came back in 2014, it holds up insanely well. This album holds up remarkably well, just mind-bendingly well. You're probably going to hear that song. Toy Head, swirling pillows of trippy, drugged-out, poppy psychedelia, laced out, and killer Ebo solos on this one. Another fucking super banger. Laurel Canyon, probably the one big radio song and the folkiest, so-called birdsy sounding song on here. Kind of harkens back to maybe Heyday, probably, to some degree. But it's a beautiful track. Reminds me of a song by World Party. I think it's called She's the One, but I'm not sure about that. I didn't go digging that deeply, but beautiful song. Old Coast, Laurel Canyon. Love Filter is delicate and dreamy and drifty with potent arpeggios that are serenely and hauntingly gorgeous, soft and spiraling. And again, so haunting, so beautiful. You're going to hear that track because it's just amazing. Globe Spinning is probably the song that I like the least, maybe. And Lightning White. Those are the two I'm not big on. It's okay. It's a krautrocker, driving rhythm, like you're driving through an abandoned city at night. That's a great song to listen to. Old Coast Road, pretty beautiful ballad. Possibly the weakest song on the album overall, but it's just got a shimmering, beautiful vibe to it. But it's kind of one-dimensional, to be honest with you. That's the one that reminds me of the Old Coast Road by World Party. Reminds me of the World Party song She's the One. Although I don't think Carl wrote that, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. Lightning White. Kind of a jammy building track. Not a favorite on the album. Probably the first semi-dud for me. Let Us Go. Really cool. Swinging, spaced out, trippy psychedelic rocker with some magical synths. Big chorus. Almost a pop song in a space rock context. Great track. Volcana. Lots of intertwining vocal lines. Has a bit of Pride Before the Fall in it vibe, and then gets a little bit long-winded for me, to be honest with you. And finally, Miami. Solid, but a bit overly long. Reminds me a lot of the song Block off of Uninvited, like the Clouds. And to me, it's one of the first times I heard Kilbey like kind of revisit something that he's already done and kind of be a little repetitive. There were some bonus tracks on the OC's version. Marine Dive or Drive has a cool sort of different sound for the church, but definitely has an MWP vibe. And wait, I'm trying to read my notes here and figure out what I'm trying to say. A feel and vibe to it versus a Steve Kilbey sounding track. Has a really cool jazzy vibe on this one, the Marine Drive. It's pretty cool. The Girl is Buoyant. Really gorgeous, super ethereal track. Those backing harmonies and falsetto vocals by Kilbey are stellar. Why this track was left off the album is kind of mind-blowing, to be honest with you. And then finally, the last song is Xmas. And the weird, trippy, synthy intro keys. Very psychedelic, Christmas sounding, though. But it's an odd song the way it's constructed. And I don't really love that one. It's kind of almost too out there for me for a Kilbey track, to be honest with you. I was crazy about this album in 2014-15, and it's the only tour I ever saw of them. I am going to see them in June this year, assuming I'm still hanging out. But I haven't listened to it in many years, and as soon as I listened to it, clicked right away. It was amazing. Yeah, Insanity is very Beatlesque. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. What do my notes say here? I was pretty bummed out when I found out that Marty had left the band, and although I haven't listened to this in many years, it clicked right away. While many could be accused of being formulaic at times. If you're listening closely, you will know that's not really the case. They are masters of this drugged out, beautiful narco dream state, like tripped out, psychedelic alt rock that no one else really can do quite like they do. Oh man, I'm having trouble reading my notes. Yeah, the consistency of the songs that Kilbey writes is, man, it is hard to not put him up with the top echelon of songwriters. Yes, I prefer Cops and NWP period, but I got to be honest with you, this new era, and we've got 3 more albums to go quick of this era, really impressing the shit out of me. And I just got I got 3 out of the last 4, this being the 4th one. I just got 2 out of those 3 a couple weeks ago and have finally dug in. And they're absolutely amazing. In particular, one is much better than the other. But yeah, Further Deeper. Oh God, it's so fucking good. Such an amazing album. It's a 9.5 out of 10 for me. That's how crazy good it is. It's stunning that, they came back after 5 years and Marty Willson-Piper splitting and getting a new bass player, and this, or not a bass player, getting a new guitar player and coming up with this. It's just mind-blowing how good it is. Just a stunning album, this one here, man. Just, you'll see in a minute here when we do the rankings. We're getting there. We're getting close. All right. The next album I do not own, but I did pull up a screenshot. And it is, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, you know what I think I did? Hang on. Sorry. Yeah, I killed that window. Oops. Shit. Bear with me. Okay. By the way, I've been up since 3 a.m., so I'm starting to lose struggle here. It's a long story, but okay, we got Man, Woman, Life, Death. And here is the picture of the album. Not the greatest artwork, again, but at least we're getting something. So there is the album cover right here. Kind of, mundane, I guess. Where'd it go here? Oh, here we go. So this is the second album with the new lineup. I believe Peter Koppes is still on this. Yeah, Steve Kilbey, Peter Koppes, Tim Powell, and Ian Hogue. Hogue joined the band in 2013 following the departure of MWP, and according to Powles, was surprised to discover how much improvisation was involved in the writing process of the band. Powles went on to note that Man, Woman, Life, Death, Infinity was a unique record for the band because prior to recording, they set aside time to structure the songs instead of relying largely upon improvisation during the recording process. So there you go. Released October of 2017. That's probably all we need there. All right. Let's kill that off. Ooh, let me see here, man. I'm fading out. This happened last time, didn't it? Yeah, okay. I didn't play a song. Duh. All right, so we're going to play some songs from Further Deeper, and then we'll come back and we'll run through the Man, Woman, Death, Life, Death, Infinity stuff. So, all right, here we go. This is Pride Before the Fall, like I promised. Love this song. It's so gorgeous. Here we go.
On tippy toe, quiet you go, so not to wake the sleeper. And now you know that your love it goes further deeper. It's a shame, but baby, it's a clear. You found the flame, empty flame of fame, but it burned honesty. Lust and anger crying soft, we took her from the same cloth. All that enemy vanity, gonna be the end of you. On tippy toe, careful faithful and slow, find the loser weaver. Bow before the fall, dark before the dawn, fall and fall and fall. Come to you all. See my broken stars tonight. From the night sky, long as the sun cries before it falls, dark before the dawn, sees from the night sky, fall and fall.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and
Buzzing chrome of blue, unending, pretending I still have somewhere left to turn. The fading flower flowers wilted, love filtered, still something left to love. There's still a love to live for. We're reinvented, our minds are made up. The moon's pretending, our lives invaded, awake eroded, our love is filtered. The sentient realm of storm invaded, pervaded by sense of betrayal. The hidden life of love, I'm loaded to the lost detail. There's still a love to live for. We're reinvented, our minds are made up. The moon's pretending, our lives invaded, awake eroded, our love is filtered. Lovely awesome sunset, invented, The moon's pretending our lives are fading, awake eroded, our love is filtered. The moon's pretending our lives are fading. All those times we parted, all those times we swore it through. Couldn't finish what I started. I was diminished without you. There's music in my memory, and I listen as the miles go by. I guess I'm only temporary, like a love song flowing by. Going to Long Canyon, flying right away. In some cold direction, where it's always silent rain. Said that I was always welcome when we said goodbye in the harshest lights. I sense that should that help come again, I found 100 men to mind you get out alright. And even as I stand here, I understand it has been some mistake. And even as I roam here, that nonsense sound, that old heartbreak, gone too long and young, finding my way in some cold dimension where that is, I just can't say. I just can't say. Where the birds are singing vespers, the four rivers bringing out my best. In this place, forgive our trespasses, and less is more, much more to confess. Gone too long and flying my way in some cold dimension where you can never hide away.
Man, yeah, I just played 3 songs off the album because I love this album. You're not going to be shocked to see it ranks very highly for me. I feel very lucky to have caught them on that tour. They were amazing. I was right up against the stage, right in front, right below Kilbey. They did the Disillusionist. I can't remember the set list. I'd have to look it up, but they did all the killer songs that I wanted to see. But they focused a lot on this album, which if you hear this whole album in context, you'll know why. It's such an incredibly strong album that you know they needed to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna look to do that. I tried to get Marty Wilson Piper the last 2 months. I started in early December. I can't remember if I did the first part. I think I did. Or if I didn't, I was just about to do it, and I really wanted to get him on. Talk to him about the vinyl archive that he has in Portugal, where he lives. I think he lives in Lisbon, I think. But he just didn't get back to me both times. He does charge for all of his stuff, like, you know, because I don't think he makes a lot of money these days. He does recording sessions and things like that, but I don't know whether he works a regular job. I really don't know. But yeah, got to get Kilbey on for sure, and I think that's very doable. You know, if I'm here, I would probably more do it towards when, you know, the tour's coming up. So maybe May, something like that, late April. But I don't know where I'm going to be at that point in time as far as my health situation. So. Oh, I'm sorry, William. Did I talk about my health situation for a moment there? See that, William? All right. Yeah, 3 songs there. Pride, Before the Fall, Love Filter, which is such an amazing song. And what was that last one? Where did I go with it? Laurel Canyon. So, and it's very evocative of Laurel Canyon. If you've ever been out to LA in that area, that song sounds like what Laurel Canyon sort of seems to sound like. I don't know if that makes any sense. Okay. let's see. All right, so we're back to Man, Woman, Life, Death. This is the second album with the band featuring the lineup of Kilbey, Peter Kappas, Tim Powles, Ian Hogue. Hogue joined the band and told Powles he was surprised to discover how much improvisation was involved in the writing process. Powles went on to note that Man, Woman, Life, Death, Infinity was a unique record for the band because prior to recording, they set aside time to structure the songs instead of relying largely upon improvisation during the recording process. So in other words, this band goes in with some loose skeletons of what Steve wants to hear. Chord changes, maybe key parts to songs, verse, chorus, middle eight, solo, whatever. And then the band really adds to it. So I don't know that anymore that they're a Steve Kilbey dominated song. He may come in with a basic structure and lyrics and a vocal melody, but he's not just the primary writer that's all, it's all his way anymore. I'm positive of that from the things I've read, the interviews I've heard with him. All right, let's start with Another Century. Dreamy and almost radio pop in many ways. Ethereal. You're going to hear the same words out of me to describe this band because they fit perfectly. Ethereal and drifty, like most Church, layered and hazy, psychedelic. The beautiful synth with some really cool epic synths, some cool singular guitar lines that stand out, and almost have a Marty Wilson Piper tone on this one. Pretty great opener. Maybe not as stellar as usual, but it's, I don't know, the second or third time I went back to that song, I was like, man, this song's every bit as good as most of their album openers. Submarine, drifting, aquatic, aqueous, and hypnotic. Quite a killer with all the super wicked delays and reverbs on the instruments and vocals. I don't know how Steve Kilbey and company continue to make such intensely beautiful music constantly. It's another banger. For King Knife, the delays and reverbs and synths are stellar. And Kilbey sounds so heavenly. Another gorgeous ear candy track that calms my soul. And that's another thing. Like I talked about this, I'm a pretty highly amped up guy a lot of the time. I'm dealing with a lot, especially on the medical front of things. And it's getting a lot worse the last 2.5 months. So my head's always in doom and gloom because that's ultimately where this is going to end sooner than later. And it's hard for me to break out of that headspace. But when I hear great music that transforms me and takes me out of it, it's the greatest gift ever. And that's what Steve Kilbey and the Church do for me. They just take me out of me and immerse me into their beautiful sound world. And that is such an amazing gift. But for King Knife, amazing song. We're going to probably play that one there. Undersea, sing-songy vocals at first are kind of weird and a bit cheesy, but they hit harder and harder and harder as you throw repeat listens in. And it's an amazing track. The female backing vocals on here are absolutely fantastic idea. Before the Deluge, really insistent up-tempo track, and it has a Starfish heyday sort of vibe to it. Lots of driving guitar, killer vocals by Kilbey. It has that guitar interplay thing going on that Piper and Kappas had too. It's really cool. I don't know how, I don't know why. Sonically dense, lush, jangly, and psychedelic, but yet sunny and poppy. Fantastic track. Very memorable hook line on that one. A Face in the Film sort of has a Starfish meets Priest equals Aura vibe. On second pass, this track is actually pretty damn good. First pass, I was kind of like, it's all right. It plods a little bit. Second pass, it really hit me harder. It's very much a builder type track and dark and somewhat mystical. But the chorus is very further deeper to my ears. Pretty good track overall. I love the really cool guitar hook riff at the intro that's on this. It just gets it gets in your ear and you can't forget about it. In Your Fog, kind of starfishy and a bit of a further deeper sound to it. Also has a mostly acoustic bass line and some trippy electronics. Pretty solid overall. Something Out There Is Wrong. Not bad, but it's probably my least favorite track. And then Dark Waltz. Pretty killer closer. Dark and sort of menacing, low key. I really dig Steve's delivery in this. And yeah, it's a smoldering closer. So the last album begins what I would say Further Deeper begins sort of a new creative arc into what I would probably call the dream art rock vibe instead of, you know, what they originally were, which was more of a jangle pop band. Or then they got dark and got into the narcotic phase when Kilbey was doing, you know, when he was shooting heroin, and they were putting out some of the most amazing fucking music, but you could tell, you know, I don't think I'd want Kilbey to go back there because I just don't think it would be healthy for him at all, obviously. But yeah, let's see here. The Further Deeper stuff, almost all tracks are really lovely, but they aren't perhaps as memorable to me as Further Deeper tracks were. Still, this is an amazing album. Sounds like amazing sounding album with gorgeous, swirling, spacious, and trippy hard pop art rock songs. This album is solid and a very worthy listen. It does lose steam about after the fifth track, but it's not terrible. They're still great songs. They're just not A++ level. They're more like A level songs. I give this one an 8.75 out of 10. And I think after a second hard listen, I was coming around to it pretty heavily and thinking, oh, I got to get this. Now, the only unfortunate thing is, even for a CD, it's going for like $45. It was short printed or whatever. Hard to get one unless you live in Australia. So I don't know when this will come my way. I hope it does. But all right, I think, where are we at? Oh, wait. Yeah. On my second pass through, it was an 8.5, 8.75. Could even get into the 9s, I think. It really was quite good. So let's do a track, maybe 2 tracks from this, because they're fairly short back to back. We're going to do, how about we do, For King Knife and Undersea, because they're right in a row. So we'll do those.
A song for King Knife. Along the lines of the vine of life. A new song for the king. The king of nearly everything. The king. The king. The king. A dog and a unicycle, a thimble and a thrush, no rush. The show will start without you. A pony and a clown, a ticket to the dance, no chance. The show will start without you. A crown for Queen Spoon, a lovely eider down, been too soon. A new crown for the Queen, the Queen I've nearly never seen. The Queen, the Queen, the Queen. A wicked little mannequin, a squirrel and a bird. I heard the show will start without you. A window in a tree, a flourish and a feather. Forever the show will start without you. And the show will start without you. Yes, the show will start without you. Fly makes a honey man beat, soar. Sky makes a money man flee, soar. Lie makes a funny man flee, man slaughter. Crack makes a low boy ache faster. Flack makes a slow boy shake faster. Slack makes a show boy break his master. Fly makes a honey man beat, soar. Fly makes a honey man beat, soar. Fly makes a honey man beat, soar. I can see you wanna be the best of the bunch, and they laugh out loud at this stupid little lunch. Coming closer, far away the hunch. Underseas, fly makes a honey man flee, soar. Sky makes a money man flee, soar. Lie makes a funny man flee, man slaughter. I can see the wall. Crack makes a low boy ache faster. Flack makes a slow boy shake faster. Slack makes a show boy break his master. It's a disaster. That's rough. I could tell you it's rough. You want all your love off the cuff. Coming closer, puff by puff, under sea, under sea.
All right. Was For King Knife and Undersea. And I got to say, that last song, when I first heard that song, I'm like, this is so weird, man. I got to say, I love it now. And this is the genius of Steve Kilbey. He hears things that I don't think normal people hear. And I have a pretty fucking good ear. And I can write some good tunes and play guitar pretty well. But, man, I could never write a song like that. It would never occur to me that that's going to work and that it would it's such a instant. Well, it wasn't instantaneous. I was going to say it's an instantaneous earworm. No, it wasn't. It took 3 listens and I was like, this is genius. This is fucking genius. Gotta say, I got to find this album. Like I said, I can't find it anywhere less than $32 for a freaking CD, and the vinyl is like $160. That's why I grabbed these next 2 and last 2 albums. Why I grabbed them on vinyl, because they're going to be gone soon, and when they're gone, they're likely to never get repressed, and those things will definitely accrue value for someone, my kids probably. But okay, so Man, Woman, Life, Death, Infinity. Basically, like I said, when I first listened to it, the first 5 songs, I was like, man, this is great. It's fantastic. But then I felt like it got a little samey and stagnant on tracks 6, 7, 8, and 9. I was wrong, because when I went back to it and listened to it yesterday and today, I was like, fuck, what was I thinking? This album is genius. Because when I first did it, I was like, it's like maybe a 6.75 out of 10 or a 7. Nope. Now I'm at an 8.75. And the more I listen to it, it's going up. I think it could get into the like 9.25 arena. There are 2 songs that are kind of but the rest of it is fucking amazing. Okay. So now we're at the 2 recent albums, and they're interesting because they have the same artwork. I don't even know who did this artwork. I'm sure it's on the booklet, but it's so tiny, I don't think I'll ever be able to read it. Christina Monorid. Yeah. Christiana Monorid. And this is the Hypnagogue, which came out in February 24th, 2023. It is produced by Steve Kilbey. It came out on Communicating Vessels. Apparently the inside, maybe, not sure. It says inside painting by Steve Kilbey. I'm not sure which one. Maybe it's this. I'm not sure. Weirdly, I listened to this about 3 years ago when it came out. I didn't remember that. How I found out was I pulled up the church stream for this, the album, and I got to the Hypnagogue, and I'm looking through comments, as I often do, to just get thoughts and ideas, and I'm like, whoa, there's my comment. And the comment that I made about the Hypnagogue was, this could have easily been on Priest Equals Aura. We've already established that's going to be number one, my favorite album by them. No question about that. I wasn't sure about this album. It looks like that's the only song I listened to. But then I started digging through and I found other comments that I made, and they were all pretty positive. So I picked these up even without even listening to them. I grabbed them, and this is a concept album about Eros Zeta and the Perfumed Guitars. And Eros Zeta is kind of a Ziggy Stardust figure, and I will tell you that the last album and these two albums in particular have a great deal of Bowie influence. You can absolutely hear Black Star. You can hear Ziggy. You can definitely hear Aladdin Sane. You can hear Space Scary Monsters. You can hear maybe probably a little bit of Hunky Dory in here. And, the bottom line is Steve is a massive David Bowie fanatic. If you ever see interviews with Steve, his two biggest influences are Mark Bolan, T-Rex, and David Bowie. And you can hear the Bowie influence throughout these two albums, in particular this first one, the Hypnagogue. God damn. This is the interior painting. Sorry, my bad. He did that painting. Never mind. I would imagine he probably did this one too. I don't know. It's a picture. This album has blown my mind. It's long, man. And long albums these days, sometimes I get a little worried about them. It's like 65, 67 minutes. I didn't have to worry. It's, with the exception of one or two tracks, it's a fucking interstellar banger. Shocked at how good this album is. Hence why I got it on CD and then on vinyl today or yesterday. Let's dig into this here. So the first track is Ascendance. As usual, a mega banger of an opener, lush and hypnotic and gorgeously layered. Lots of EBOs, tons of vocal layering and swirling synths, lots of building tension and release. Quite a stunning opener. C'est la vie, really killer Bowie-esque, shimmering up-tempo track. Love the vocals on this one. One of Kilbey's best later tracks. Some killer guitar work, which of course, since Marty and Cobb has left, it's a bit of a concern for the long and the tooth fanboy like me, but this one is a cracker. All right. I Think I Knew is a beautiful ballad, very 80s vibes, lush and orchestral. Almost has a Euro folkiness to it. Love Kilbey's laconic vocals on this one. Gentle, sad, yet uplifting ballad. Really dig this song a lot. I think you're going to hear it. Flickering lights, floating, drifting, eternally, heavenly. Such a beautiful song. Hard to describe how immersive Flickering Lights is. It is mind-blowingly good. And I'm thinking I want to play that, but I want to play like a whole bunch of tracks in a row. The Hypnagogue, the track reminds me of something that would have come off of Forget Yourself or anything, or Priest. They're growers. Let me see. Oh, it's a grower that turns into a banger as you give it more listens. Pretty haunting and hypnotic, really harkens back to the early classic Church material. Albert Ross, very mystical and almost Celtic and foggy sounding, very early morning fog, ballady vibes. Really cool washy production and ethereal vocals by Kilbey. Lovely acoustic guitar interplay. Again, the Bowie vibes are palpable here. Haunted dream pop is what we've got, which is what this whole album is all about. Thorn, stellar, layered, lush, hazy dream pop that never gets old to my ears, and love the gentle darkness in this area. And wait, what am I reading here, man? Oh, lots of Ebo. The synths are killer. Great vocals. Something about Steve Kilbey's voice always calms the interfering anxiety in me, and he's only gotten better at doing that. I often feel in my life I'm so grateful for these songs that exist that do that for me. Aerodrome, another cool, airy, ethereal acoustic ballad. And to be honest, you might think, man, that has got to get boring, but nope, it just doesn't to my ears. Is there's always so much going on for your ears to discover in this type of music in Kilby's song structures. These coming days, another solid track, very down tempo and ethereal, drifting guitar. I don't know what I was trying to say there. These coming days are another solid track, very down tempo and ethereal, drifting guitar. Where is the highlight of the track? I'm not sure why I have guitar wire. I don't know why that's written there. Is the highlight of the track, but it's a bit of a sleepy song. No Other Like You, really cool, breezy, but haunted tracks. But haunted track, lots of good guitar, shimmering and glassy and laconic. It has a Bowie vibe going for it. Succulent, man, what a track this is. Drifting in space, tons of cool psychedelic guitar work, swirling, epic, very proggy, very progressive, and stellar. Astral traveling, dark magic, stoned and gorgeous, meaning stoned, this kind of stoned. And no, I'm not. Uh, and gorgeous song that the most proggy and Floydian, it's the most progressive and Floydian track on the album. Very cool. I did, yeah. Well, man, I really want to play that one too, but I don't think I can. Antarctica, pretty cool track. Reminds me of Starfish and Gold Afternoon mixed era. Very guitar heavy and lots of sexy riffs. Chiming, saturated playing here. Pretty ripping track. And the final track is Second Bridge. Lots of saturated guitars. But this was an odd track to end the album on, I thought. I really didn't particularly love this song when I first listened to it. When I listened to it, like the third song, I started to hone in on what they were going for. This song actually has a very PT sound. Porcupine Tree. Okay. My only criticism is, it's 64 minutes, I think, or 62 at least. It could be 10 minutes shorter. No one would miss those 10 minutes. Maybe they would. I don't know. But yeah, this is a really killer album. I'm going to reserve judgment in the lineup for Hierarchy, but I am going to say this is probably like a 7.5. 7.5, so. Okay. Let's see. What was I going to do for this? Oh, it's a 9.5 out of 10. If I didn't say that, it's absolutely fucking amazing album. But I don't remember what tracks I wanted to play. Shit. Where are you? Where'd it go? Shit. Where did it go? What the fuck? Hang on. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head which one I want to play, but I'm struggling because I'm struggling to stay awake now. All right. Here we go. All right, I know what we got. All right, we're gonna do C'est La Vie and Flickering Lights. We're gonna do two. Where'd you go? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hold on, man. Oh, I guess. Alright, I got it. Alright, here we go. Let me double check. Right. This is the song C'est la vie. Very Bowie.
Joe Public did. You couldn't change her, you just vision of you, so water clear. The thought of it pursuing me all through these years. Just one click, she disappeared. Maybe you're just being a baby. Walk on through the darkness, walk on through the storms, and walk on through the roses and the bricks, and walk on through an image of you, so damn indelible, haunting me always. Oh, so incredible, so tangible, it's almost edible. Maybe you're just being a baby. Walk on through the thunder, walk on through the rain, walk on through the brambles and the briars, and walk on through. You got the rest of me. You wanted none of it. You got the best of me. I wanted all of it.
Man, that song is so beautiful. But I mean, really, they this whole album is just kind of a, to me, it's a minor masterpiece in that there's maybe two or three tracks that, like I said, they could have scaled back to about a 48-minute album and it would have been absolutely perfect. There was one or two tracks I would have probably yanked off, but just mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. Just stunning, stunningly beautiful. So yeah, that's that's an album that maybe could move into the top 5 for me with it given a little bit more attention, because I just really started to focus on it the last month and a half at that, and I had a lot of other things going on, so I didn't get like a lot of concentrated listening in until the last few days, and it's been mind-blowing for me. So all right, the last album that we're going to talk about is this Eros Zeta and the Perfumed Guitars, and it's tied in with this book that Kilbey wrote, which is Eros Zeta and the, what is it called? Eros Zeta and the it's a book. I should know this. Let me look. But Steve's really into like he's really into concept stuff, and he wrote this book, and that's what these 2 albums are kind of based on, I believe. Let's see, where's that? He's written a bunch of books. I didn't actually know that. Holy shit. Yeah, so Eros Zeta and the Hypnagogue, which he wrote in 2023, novel set in the same imaginative universe as the albums by the Church, the Hypnagogue and the Eros Zeta. So I don't know if I could find that somewhere. Maybe I could. He's written about 7 or 8 books. I don't know if the guy ever sleeps. I wouldn't think that he sleeps because he just does so much stuff. But yeah, so this is Eros Zeta and the Perfumed Guitars. I don't remember what the Perfumed Guitar. I read somewhere briefly what the Perfumed Guitar thing was, but it's kind of about a futuristic rock star that goes and meets this woman who has an AI machine that helps create perfect pop or rock songs. He utilizes her, falls in love with her, but all kinds of crazy, wacky shit happens in the year 2058 or 2054, something like that. And just things get mental. And so I guess it's a little autobiographical, I guess. But this one came out March 29th, 2024. It's on the Easy Action label, and the Church produced. Yeah, I'm just going to run through the tracks quick. We'll play a track or two, and then we'll wrap up with all these EP things and play some tracks there. So I would think we'll be done here by about midnight, so about a 4-hour episode. I'm hoping that's where we're at. Let's see. Realm of Minor Angels is a leftover. A bunch of these are leftovers. That one, song 18, Sublimated in Song. I think Song from the Machine Age. There might be one more. There were 6 tracks that were left over from the Hypnagogue that then came onto this album. The first one being Realm of Minor Angels, and man, it is so lush and evocative, so beautiful. It has a real Cure vibe to it. The band The Cure, just a vibe of sadness and dream pop. Really killer opening. Love the mandolin accents throughout, and the acoustic guitars are lush, gorgeous, and sadly and very sad. Stunning track. Pleasure. I love the production on this album. It's stunning production, which I believe Tim Powles was, pretty effectively involved in. This one reminds me a bit of the lush, dreamy, gauzy rocker stuff that was on Heyday. It's just absolutely amazing. Amazing. The synths on this song are perfect. Amanita. Okay, a track that's not my fave, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Blurred Crusade era mixed with Starfish. It's not a bad track, but it's one of my least favorites on the album. 2054 is a pretty cool anthemic historic tale. Very church-like, very tied in with the storyline, and lots of really killer orchestrations. Manifesto Had me fooled at first that it might be Milky Way Part 2, but it's more like a pub acoustic yarn. Very Celtic and countryish. Kind of interesting track. The immediate future, groovy and spacey and mystical and intense, like most good church always is. Even has some trip hop country vibes, also a bit Cure like as well. Sublimated in song, pretty drony and cool, but it didn't hit that hard, that one. Song 18 is very jazzy, very Bowie. Just that's a standout track. The Weather, okay, a blues rocker that runs into a bit of an 80s prog pop song on the chorus is kind of weird for the church. They've never done that to me. I don't know, man. The Weather doesn't do much for me. I'm not crazy about that song. Korea is a pretty cool, mainly acoustic track. I dig the keys and the solos, the synth solos. Song from the Mirror Age. Machine Age, sorry, pulsing, propulsive, and ethereal, and colorful, and building lots of cool guitar arpeggios that ring out and often sustain. Sleeping for Miles, really pretty delicate. How I try not to. Let's see, hold on. All right, let me back up a minute. I saw the Sleeping for Miles, and I started to think about Miles Davis. So, song for Machine Age, pulsing, propulsive, ethereal, and colorful, building, lots of cool guitar arpeggios that ring out and sustain. Sleeping for Miles, really pretty delicate and gauzy ballad, mostly 12-string guitar melodies. Really cool synths overlaid on that. The layered choral guitars is pretty cool. Last Melody, Synthie Interlude, A Strange Past. This is the big, long prog track. Most of these songs on this album, interestingly, are only 3 to 4 minutes. This one's like almost 10 minutes long. And it's the coolest track, but I'm not going to play that one because I want to get some other songs in. So, probably my favorite song on the album. It's pretty freaking cool. And music from the Ghost Hotel, really cool, slow, Ebo ambient track, really nice ending for the album. Do they have anything beyond that? There is a bonus track of A Strange Past edit. It's only a 3-minute version versus the 9-minute and 40-second version. So I need to sit with this album some more. This album was the last one I paid a lot of attention to, and I just don't feel that I'm there yet. And just as a word up front, I am not going to be ranking the last 3 albums because they're fairly new to me in terms of like familiarity. So they're going to kind of be separate. You could count them as, 24, 25, 26 if you want, but really they're kind of separate. They don't rank at the bottom because I really don't know. Honestly, with the Hypnagogue, it could probably be in the, top 2. But yeah, okay, so there we go. This album, Eros Zeta, I'm going to go with a 7 out of 10 right now. It may go up a lot like the Hypnagogue did, or it may possibly go down a little bit. There are some tracks here I'm not as sold on overall, like I am on the Hypnagogue or even on Man, Woman, Life, Death, Taxes. No, it's not Taxes. It's what the hell is it? Life, Death. Oh shit. Infinity. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I'm fading here. We're gonna definitely get over by 12 because I've been up since 3 a.m. So I'm working on 21 hours of being awake here. Let's do songs from the Hypnagogue. But I'll go a 7 out of 10. But I think it could easily get up to maybe an 8.5 to an 8.75. I don't think it's good enough to get into the mid 9s. I just don't think it's quite there. So, all right, here we go. This is going to be. Yeah. Sleepy. Okay. Where is it? Come on, here we go. I think we were going to do. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Okay, this song is Pleasure, the second song on the album.
It's a mistake, empty-handed at daybreak. The form of the skin is a lie in the flesh. What's it take? It's a trap. Strap on your head for another laugh. Land on your feet in another sweep. It's sweeter, complete, still standing in the street. In the street where you live, with its mansions and flats, with its fountains and statues and gardens and flowers, its starlings and rats. Where you stand in the shadow behind the great window, you say, well, that is that. It's a pleasure at your beck and call, at your leisure. The root of desire is the crack in the seam. Hesitation, it's a scam. Jam on the ring, different I am. Land on your knees, wherever you please. Seizing control, so standing in a hole, and the whole year goes by in the blink of a pigsty. Oh, don't be shy, it's rewards and receipts. You're so bored and deceitful. Oh my, oh my, oh my pounding heart wants to pull you apart.
Okay. So that was the last album. The current album. That's the last current album. However, they're supposed to be coming out with an album in February. I haven't really locked in when. I think it's been delayed till April, but I'm not sure about that. I've gotten conflicting info. But they have a new album coming out called Lacuna that Kilbey is saying might be their best album ever, which is that's pretty. I mean, every artist kind of says that, but I mean, he sounds convinced. Like this eclipses the killer shit that he's written with the original lineup and the mid period lineups, the coming and going, and then the new lineup. It's kind of wild that I think that he would say that, but I mean, I guess. Just a real quick thing to add in that the band did expand on these last two albums. They added Ashley Naylor because Peter Kopp has left after Man, Woman, Life, Death, Infinity. He left again for the third time, I believe now, and sounds like it's final. And they brought in, to replace him, they brought in a guy named Ashley Naylor, who's been in a bunch of different bands. He was in a band called what was the name of it here? The Swarm, Monterey Honey, the Ronson Hang Up, a couple different bands, all Australian bands. Yeah, great player. You got Ian Hogue is still there, of course. Tim Powles is still there, but he moved from drums to keyboards and percussion and things like that, and they added a guy named Jeffrey Kane, who I believe is now the drummer for the band, and he looks super young. He was with Remy Zero, which I have heard of that band before. I don't know them, but I definitely know that name. And then there's another guitar player that's, I don't know if he's a permanent member or if he's just he might honestly be a well, it looks like it's a 5-piece. Wait a minute. Yeah, because they added the drummer. So there's now 3 guitar players in the band. I gotta see. Yeah, Steve Kilbey, longtime collaborator and producer and drummer, Tim Powles. Joining them is guitarist Ian Hogue, who's been there since 2013. And then you've got turning instrumentalist, multi-instrumentalist Jeffrey Kane. I'm sorry, that's not the drummer. Jeffrey Kane, and now a full-time member after Peter Kopp has left. And then they've got Ashley Naylor. And there is a new drummer that's come in, took over for Tim Powles. I can't remember his name. I'll have to see if I can find it. But yeah, so there you go. That's the last of those things. I am going to play the one track that they've released from the new album, Lacuna, now. It's all I've heard is just this one song, so I have no idea. But it's very promising. Still very in the Bowie worship zone, and I love it because I love David Bowie. David Bowie, probably my favorite overall artist of any. I go all the way back to Diamond Dogs, Ziggy, actually, in the early 70s, 72, 73. I knew about David Bowie, and him and Alice Cooper and Kiss were kind of like my triumvirate of influences back then. So I'm stoked for this new album based on this song alone. I'm feeling pretty good about it. So let's give this song a try here. It's called Silent Echoes. What is it called? Shit. Sorry. Yeah, Silent Echoes. Where the fuck did it go? There we go. Yeah, Sacred Echoes, Part 2. Apparently, it's a 3-parter on the album. The others are more proggy, and this is the more straightforward piece. So Sacred Echoes Part 2.
Handbag full of stones, winter of discontent. Have you ever? No, I never. God, we stay together. The creek ain't got no water. Just like a painting of you only, but I feel lonely. Where is all the stuff you owe me? Morning turns up drunk. The meeting was a farce. Now you say you're gonna take it all away. Now you say you're gonna take it all away. In my finger, a finger in my eye. Now you say you're gonna take it all away. Now you say you're gonna take it all away.
I gotta be totally honest with you. If the rest of the album measures up to that song, get the fuck out of here, man. It could be their greatest album ever. That song is breathtaking. Yes, it borrows a lot from Black Star by Bowie and Outside, which doesn't bother me at all because those are two absolutely stunning albums, two of my very favorite Bowie albums. Wow. Like, I don't know if you heard what I heard there, but that was absolutely mind-bending, man. Just fucking so killer. So if the rest of the album's like that, you know, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. So does that imply that you are listening, idiot? I mean, why do you do this? Like, what do you get out of this, William? Like, what the fuck is your motive here? You want to agitate me? You want to irritate me? I'm not going to get stupid like I did before. I'm not going to get my blood pressure all up and get whacked out. But I mean, you imply that the people that are here watching this don't give a shit, but that doesn't make any sense, and you know that. It's like saying that ICE didn't execute that fucking guy. It just doesn't make any sense. It just makes zero sense. So, except for to an idiot like you. So I don't understand why you come here. I don't understand why you feel compelled to, what is missing inside of your tiny fucking orangutan brain that needs constant attention? I just don't get it. Okay, I'm here talking about a band I love and playing cool music and turning the small amount of people that want to check in and check this out. I get it. It's a niche band. A lot of people don't even know about this band. If they do, they only know about the one song. What's going on with my glasses? They only know about, Milky Way. And so I'm trying to expand people that might check in on this, maybe their horizons. Do I think it's going to get hundreds of thousands of views? Do I think it's going to get Rachel's ghost numbers because she's a fucking cunt that loves to get into drama with douchebags like you? No, I don't care, dude. I really wish you'd go away and just leave me alone. I really wish you would. Tim, if he keeps popping up here, will you get out of here? Will you just get out of here, please? So that makes it premeditated. Oh, that's it. So if I came to your town and kicked your vehicle, that gives you the right to blow my fucking brains out with 10 bullets, you fucking retard. Get out of here. Tim, please eradicate this motherfucker. Seriously, dude, go away. Go the fuck away. You're a pig. You're a very fucked up human being. You got problems that are really sickening. So please go away. You're a punk. You want to come to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Lidditz, Pennsylvania, wherever. You want to come here and start this shit up, do it. You want to do that? Do it. I dare you. I fucking dare you. All right. Guys, just to let you know, I got a couple more things to go through here. I'll try and make it quick. Nothing coming up on the chat from William. Not pumping vinyl because he's been doing this thing where he's bouncing around to different things. So I don't know if he somehow backdoored his way in here or what. There was pumping vinyl and then there's pumping vinyl. I mean, who knows? The guy has like 8,000 fucking YouTube accounts. Like, what normal person that's normally adjusted to life does anything like that? No one. No one does. No one does. So, yeah, sure. Just come on down, William. Come on down. Buy your plane ticket or drive your piece of shit fucking Ford 500 in here. I will connect with you. I promise you that. I'll absolutely meet you. Wherever you want to meet, you come to me, we'll do it. All right. I'm not, you think I'm scared of you, dude? Come on, man. You got like 2 brain cells and one of them's on fucking empty. So bring it on. Do it. Cage match. Jesus Christ. What a fucking retard, man. All right. Well, I'm sorry. We tried to get through this without this douchebag pulling this crap, but he just can't leave it alone. He's got to play these games. His life is so meaningless. I'm pretty sure that William never gets pussy. Let's be honest, never. Because if he did, he wouldn't be in here. So yeah. So anyway, all right. Moving on. So again, if the new album Lacuna is anything like Sacred Echoes Part 2, man, sign me up. I am so down for it. So down for it. Okay. Let's see here. A couple things that I missed from the first part 1 that I kind of went back to see if there was anything I missed. And again, this is for completists. I get it. The few people that are watching, I don't know if you're true fans of the church, or one of them's William. So I guess there's only 4 people watching. And, again, I'm noting more and more and more that my streams aren't being watched and whatever, man. I mean, like I do this more for me than anybody else, but I do appreciate those of you that are here. But I notice a lot of my buddies don't even check in anymore. So that's okay, because I don't really watch their shit either. I really don't watch Metallurgy anymore. I really could care less. I mean, no offense to those guys, but I've seen it all and I've heard it all. I'm kind of over it and don't really watch the metal channels. And yet I have good friends in the metal community, but I just don't watch it anymore. So I get it. They're probably burnt on me as well. But let's see what we got here. The miscellaneous stuff. Too Fast for You, which was the very first EP. That came out in, and it's a bit confusing, to be honest with you. It's a little bit tricky. It came out in 1991. Now, there were some singles. There was a 7-inch that came out with She Never Said. And that was, I believe, their first single in Australia. Came out in 1980. But then they did Too Fast for You, which came out on a 7-inch with a B-side, and then a double 7-inch and in Australia, and then a 7-inch stereo in Canada. I know there was I can't really find a picture of the. Let me see if I can find. I thought I had one up here, and now I can't find it. So I don't know what I did with it, because they're using basically the Remote Luxury artwork, which is kind of weird. I don't. Maybe it was that way back in the day, but it's kind of weird. I don't understand why. Yeah, they're using this, and it doesn't make any sense, because that's not what I saw. I saw something different a while back, but yeah, that's the same thing that they use for Remote Luxury. And the Church out, that was the US version of the Church. Excuse me, not Remote Luxury. The first Church album, when it was released in the States, that's the album artwork that they use. So I'm not exactly sure what the deal is there, but whatever. Now, the interesting thing about this is that all of these tracks, Too Fast for You, have been issued on this, along with some B-sides and whatnot. And it's called Hindsight 1980 to 1987. And, it's got all their hits like Unguarded Moment, Almost With You, Life Speeds Up, When You Were Mine, Electric Lash, The Night Is Very Soft, Month of Sundays, Myrrh, Tantalize. So there's Shadow Cabinet. There's a lot of the songs I've already talked about on here. However, there are some songs on, and some of these I already have in multiple, like in another version, but I didn't have a bunch of these B-sides. So on this, on the first Too Fast for You double 7-inch, there was Too Fast for You, Sisters, Tear It All Away, and You've Got to Go, and a song called Fraulein. So there's 5 songs in those 2 double 7-inchers. Too Fast for You ended up being on the album, the first album, and Tear It All Away. I believe was also on the first album, or was on the second album. Anyways, long story short, I don't know where you find these, and I'm not really interested in collecting a lot of the church vinyl stuff, especially like singles. The idea of playing a single and then getting up 4 minutes later and changing a single, you almost have to be sitting there listening and near the stereo. So that never excited me. I can do full lengths, but like singles and 7 inches, I'm not a punk guy. So that's why I bought this, so I could have all the shit on this. And this is getting hard to find, man. Like, I went and looked this up on Discogs, and literally, no joke, it's like going for $80 for the CD. You can get the vinyl, which has been reissued last 2 or 3 years, maybe last year or something like that. You can get that for about $40 for double vinyl, $45. But this is going to cost you a penny for the CD. I don't remember when I got this, but it's been many, many, many years. So, Too Fast for You, very REM, radio, punky, pretty good rocker, pretty solid track, very in keeping with the early radio UK punk vibes. Catchy chorus, very Bowie-esque vocals by Steve Kilbey, because he was affecting his vocals that way back then. Sisters is a killer track. Very Heyday-like, very much in the Heyday vibe. Really gorgeous track. Tear It All Away. It's on the US and Euro versions of the debut album, but not the Aussie version of the vinyl. Of the album, which is weird. It's a stellar poppy REM meets the UK Chameleons vibe on that one. Really great song. You've Got to Go is a quirky rocker that has some semi-punk energy, but it's not a great song from a writing standpoint. And then the song that I'm going to play, which is very unlike most anything that they've ever done, is a song called Fraulein, which is a heavy rocker with some punk energy and intensity. It's got a dark surf rock vibe to it. Great track, rips. So I'm going to play that one real quick. Again, hindsight, if you find it, you're going to get a double disc with all that material on it. I think it's like close to 20 tracks, maybe even more. Very much worth it to get the early stuff that was scattered on various vinyl 7 inches and the B-sides of things. So let's see. And then I'll talk real quick about some of the B-sides on this. Well, actually, we'll do that first. There's a couple things that you get on here that you're not going to find anywhere else, but on the actual singles, the 7-inch singles, the 45s, the maxi singles, like, for example, this one here, which came from Gold Afternoon Fix. Russian Autumn Heart was the single, but there's a song on here called Hunter. The only place you can find that anywhere else is on a Quick Smoke at Spots. So I'm going to play that one track. The Feast, Desert, Ride Into the Sunset are on the bonus disc for Gold Afternoon Fix. I don't have that version. It's way too pricey. I have the standard Gold Afternoon Fix. However, all those tracks but one, the two acoustic, Grind and Metropolis, they're all on a Quick Smoke at Spots. That's why I bought that, primarily to get all those B-side tracks that aren't on here on that Quick Spot at Smokes. That's the B-sides that were all on Starfish, and the B-sides that were all, except for the acoustic versions, and the Gold Afternoon Fix. So, if you don't run into something like this, which I think I ran into in that CD lot, your best bet is right here, or Quick Smoke at Spots. So, all right, let's run through the couple of songs that are on Hindsight that are not on anything else. In a Heartbeat is a B-side other than the singles. The B-side of She Never Said, one of the first times in the recording studio for the church. This is August, September of 1980. We still sometimes drag this one out and give it a good kicking. That's Steve Kilbey's notes on this. It's kind of a weird Beatles Clash mashup. Vamp. Not too bad, but not a favorite church song, to be honest with you, although the chorus is catchy after you play it a couple times. The lead guitar part is pretty damn good, too. Fraulein, double single B-side. That was that um, um, Too Fast for You double 7-inch. This is Bob Clearmountain's favorite song. We've never really done anything like this again. See above notes. Noisy B-side. That's Steve Kilbey's notes. We're going to play that song. It's a killer song. I love it. You've Got to Go is another double B-side. Didn't exactly turn out the way we'd imagined, but then most of them don't. See above. That's when I say see above, that's talking about I already noted that one. From the EP above, we got Life Speeds Up. That's a Blurred Crusade bonus song. I've already talked about it. The Golden Dawn, that's a Blurred Crusade bonus track as well. It was also the B-side to When You Were Mine, which was the hit off of there. The Golden Dawn's a magical society in the early part of the century. Richard Ploog's idea for a title. Slippery Little Instrumental, and What's All That Whispering in the Background? That's Kilbey's notes on it. Again, that's a Blurred Crusade. I've already talked about it. It's a great song. Autumn Soon is a Seance B-side of Electric Lash. Peter plays sitar on that. To me, this one never quite regained the consciousness after the mix, but the lyrics were okay, even if I do say so myself. That was on the Seance bonus track, so I've already bonus disc. I've already talked about that in the first part of the deep dive. As You Will is a Heyday bonus, is on the bonus CD for Heyday. I've already talked about it. It was the B-side to Already Yesterday, written and sung by Peter Kappas. Throbs along quite nicely, I reckon. Ornamental or Warm and Gentle. That's Steve Kilbey's notes. I don't know what he means by that. I've already talked about that one. The View is on the Heyday bonus CD. Already talked about it. Written and sung by Marty Wilson Piper. B-side to Tantalized. Live favorite on pre-Heyday tours. That's from Kilbey. Trance Ending, which is one of my favorite songs of theirs, is the Heyday bonus track. Should have been on the album. It was the B-side to the song Columbus, the single. Recorded at home. I like this better than anything else on that record. Me too, Steve. I guess that shows where my head's at. I totally agree with him. It's probably the best song on the album, but it was a B-side. All right, so the last two things we'll talk about are the 2005 EMI Australia 2 CD remaster for Starfish, which I do own because I do have the 2 CD version. I just hadn't reviewed it when I did part 1, so we'll do it here real quick and play one track, and then we'll go over the 2005 EMI Australia remaster for Gold Afternoon Fix, track by track. Again, all that stuff is on a quick smoke at spots. The archival 86 and 90 disc, which I don't have yet, but it's coming. And we'll go over that real quick. And then real quick, the Priest Equals Aura bonus tracks, which are on the reissues on one CD. I have the old CD. I don't have those, but I already talked about Ripple, Nightmare, and Fog. So we'll talk briefly about those. I don't think I'm going to play any of those. So, all right, let's do a couple quick tracks off the earlier Too Fast for You and Hindsight EP. I'm going to play 2 tracks real quick there. I got to see which ones I got up for you. I got Fraulein. And, oh, no, you know what? I didn't pull anything off of, I'm sorry, I didn't pull anything off of Hindsight. We're good. I'm just going to play Fraulein. And then we'll do the Starfish bonus disc and the Gold Afternoon. So we will be done with this by 20 after, roughly, in that vein. So here we go. Here's Fraulein off of Too Fast for You and Hindsight.
night I saw this, the ship that drifted in. And from that afternoon you tried. Some fallen leaves were in the drought, a stranger's voice above the wind. The difference was the color of the rain. Said that morning, almost tasted blue. Oh, for life, that was you. Your phone would ring and bring the shadow on the beat. A car bands along the floor when I was free. A message come through said something, yet the language was unknown. Our own mistakes forgotten, just like me. Said that morning, almost tasted blue. Oh, for life, that was you. She said she's living with the crowd. She wants to throw this song away. She said I'm thinking this out loud. But that's what I thought you'd say. One night I saw this, the man who paid the bill, hung close along the noise. Hey baby, that's our song. The seagulls all flew away. And when I turned to ask you where, and when I turned to ask you why you done. Said that morning, almost tasted blue. Oh, alright, that was you.
You definitely hear that early 80s clashy meets REM meets, maybe not REM, that was probably a little too upbeat for that. Maybe a little bit of because I don't want to say like Pistols or something like that, but it's got that punk energy a little bit, that early punk energy sort of kind of that, and that jangly guitar, maybe the Damned or something like that. It's got that vibe to it. Mr. Dennis, what's up, dude? What is happening? Yeah, good to see you, man. We got a couple more songs to jam here, and to run through these bonus discs here. I could have swore I pulled a couple more songs out from hindsight, but I guess I didn't. I really thought I did. Okay, so real quick on the bonus disc for Starfish. It's the 2 CD 2005 EMI remaster. I got that along with Seance, Heyday, Blurred Crusade. Well, there's one other one in there that I'm missing. Maybe that was it. Maybe it's just those four. Because they didn't have Gold Afternoon Fix, and the version of Priest Equals R that I got didn't have the bonus disc. There was one way back when, but it only has a few tracks on it. So, yeah, good to see you, dude. Good to see you here, man. I won't be that much longer. But yeah, so this edition include. I'm sorry. Let me just a couple quick notes here. Well, it starts off with Texas Moon, which is a kind of a hypnotic, jammy, almost, slashy. And keep in mind, this is all material from 86-ish through 80, well, mostly 87 and 88 when Starfish came out. Perfect Child, these are all the bonus tracks. Perfect Child, pretty cool jazzy 80s sound, guitar-wise, really cool track there. We Both Know Why You're Here, really cool song, man. The funny thing is, though, it's definitely got the guitar, guitar riff from "And Then She Kissed Me" by Kiss. Down, 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 down. Da, 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 da. I don't know if Kiss did. I think they covered that song. But I've been in a Kiss mood lately. Been jamming Destroyer and Creatures of the Night and Love Gun and shit. And I right away, it's the down, 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 which was kind of wild. So we both know why you're here. Great fucking track, man. Hard to believe that was a B-side. Just crazy. Frozen and Distant, shimmering and upbeat and hypnotic, super killer track. We're going to listen to that one. Anna Miranda is spooky and trippy psychedelic and then goes into the verse lyrics of Milky Way, weirdly. So it may have been an early demo of Under the Milky Way. I'm not sure. I looked into it, but I couldn't find any info about that. Nosedive is a bassy, drony, and trippy early Cure vibe with 80s Joy Division as well. Reminds me of I Will Follow by U2 a little bit. Not exactly, but sort of cool. Swelling synths. Really dig this one too. Super volume swells on the solo. That's great. Another great track. Afterlife. Sort of drifting ambient instrumental. Really good. Love this one as well. And we have two acoustic tracks. Antenna off of Starfish and Spark. And they're both great. They're killer versions of the songs, man. They're really, really great. But they're not on a quick smoke at spots, by the way. They put all the other songs on, but they cut the acoustic versions off. And then finally you got Warm Spell and Musk. And Warm Spell is an upbeat, folky, jangly country track compared to most church songs, that is. Very sunny and beautiful. Reminds me, it does have a bit of a Starfish vibe for sure. That's a keeper. Musk is a 7-inch B-side, sort of mystical, drony, and acoustic 12-string, but somewhat noisy and murky. Lots of weird Moroccan and Middle Eastern vibes. Not sure 100% how I felt about that track. It's experimental, but might be too impenetrable, that one. The 2005 reissue from EMI in Australia was then reissued as a 2 CD version in 2010 by Second Motion Records as part of their 30th anniversary series. I can't find that one anywhere either that's affordable. The other interesting thing is that I noted here was Texas Moon and Perfect Child, the first two songs I talked about, and Frozen and Hypnotic, or Frozen and Distant and Anna Miranda were all included on a bonus 12-inch vinyl that came with the original vinyl of Starfish. No idea where you find that thing, that bonus vinyl. It's a 4-track vinyl, two songs per side. I've never seen it anywhere. Don't see any mentions of it on Discogs, so it's kind of weird. All of the tracks except Warm Spell and Musk and the two acoustic tracks, appear on that 91 Rarity compilation of Quick Smoke at Spot Archives 86 to 90. So there you go. You can find all that material on there. I have the bonus disc already with Starfish, but it's also on the Quick Smoke at Spots. I bought that mainly for the Gold Afternoon Fix stuff, which I'll talk about now, which came out as a bonus disc on the 2005 EMI Australia remaster. All these tracks, except for the two acoustic versions of Grind and Metropolis, are on Quick Smoke at Spots. In addition, that song Hunter, which is on the maxi single for Russian Autumn Heart, which is Gold Afternoon Fix, that is the only thing that's exclusive to a Quick Smoke at Spots, except for that single that it's on. I know this is super confusing. It was confusing to me, to be honest with you. It was kind of overwhelming. But we're almost there. We're getting there. We're almost there. About another 10 minutes. And then I'll do my ranking real fast. So we got Much Too Much. Pulsing, insistent, and noisy in a good way. Lots of shimmering, echoey guitar, chordal stabs. Super killer track. I love Much Too Much. Take It Back is dark and jangly, echoey, pretty dark and mystical. Quite a good track for sure. Love the backing vocals, Haunted and Desolate. Desert weirdly has a Mamas and Papas California Dreaming vibe to it, but it's more dark and vibey and super killer track there. Forgotten Rain is a Peter Kappas track, very dreamy, very late 80s, but super musical and really dark pop sounding, amazing track. I'm going to play that one. Dream is a Peter Kappas demo track. It's nothing exceptional, to be honest with you. That's kind of eh. Ride Into the Sunset. This one's almost circusy in rhythm and bouncy. Solid, but not a major favorite on this bonus disc. You Got Off Light sounds like a demo, very drum machiney. Solid track, but nothing crazy special. Then The Feast was written between Steve Kilbey and his girlfriend, baby mama at the time. What's her name? Did I put it here? Karen something. I didn't write her name down, but it was on the Russian Autumn Heart single as a bonus B-side. Pretty cool track overall. Kind of mellow. Has a folky feel. It's a really cool song, actually. Then we got Metropolis Acoustic. Pretty cool version. Full acoustic version. I love Steve Kilbey's vocals on this one. Grind, which is how we're going to end this thing. Acoustic. One of my favorite church songs. This version is tits, man. Super tits. I wish I had this, but I'm not going to pay the crazy money that people want for the EMI double disc series, because now I have everything on Quick Smoke at Spots, which is coming in. I don't need it. Other than the 2 acoustic tracks, I can live without that. Finally, on Priest Equals R, you got the 2 CD remaster edition was released in Australia in 2005. Second disc included tracks Ripple, the single edit, Nightmare, Fog, and Feel, the extended mix. Drought and Unsubstantiated are Sometime Anywhere bonus tracks. So I'm not really sure what they're doing on the reissue of Priest Equals Aura, but they are, along with those bonus disc tracks. So I'm really confused about that. I don't own the extended version in 1 CD, and I definitely don't own the double disc, and it's crazy expensive for 5 tracks, like $120. I'm not doing that. So the Feel extended mix is a really weird track to include on this, because it doesn't fit in with any of the drugged out darkness of Priest Equals Aura. It's kind of a trip hop, sample based weirdness thing. I'm not a fan of it at all. Would have belonged better on Parallel Universe if they wanted to put that out there, because that has all the remix stuff on it. I like the song on the album Feel, but I don't like this remix. It's terrible. Drought is a pretty cool low key track that I think was part of the Sometime Anywhere album cycle. It was, which is the album that came right after Priest Equals Aura. Just don't understand why it's on there, because Sometime Anywhere has a double disc. It doesn't. I don't know. They must have had 2 tracks left over and just said throw it on that disc for Priest Equals Aura when they remaster it. But also the Drought was recorded in 87, 88, so it makes sense in that respect. Unsubstantiated was a soundtrack song for the movie Tequila Sunrise, 1988 song. So it's a Starfish era song, but it was added to. It's a pretty cool song. It's actually a curio from the vault. And then real quick on Quick Smoke at Spots, here's what's on there. Texas Moon, which is Starfish. Perfect Child, which is Starfish. Much Too Much, which is Gold Afternoon Fix. Take It Back, which is Gold Afternoon Fix. Dessert, which is Gold Afternoon Fix, or the B-side of Russian Autumn Heart. We Both Know Why You're Here, which is Starfish. Frozen and Distant, Starfish. Forgotten Rain. GAF, that's Gold Afternoon Fix. Anna Miranda, Starfish. Hunter, Gold Afternoon Fix. Actually, I'm sorry. That one's the only one that's exclusive to this. It is on Gold Afternoon Fix on the B side, on the maxi single for Russian Autumn Heart. The Dream is on Gold Afternoon Fix. Ride in the Sunset, Gold Afternoon Fix. You Got Off Light, Starfish. Nosedive, Starfish. The Feast, Starfish. And Afterlife, Starfish. Again, Hunter's the only one not on the bonus disc for Gold Afternoon Fix. but it is on Russian Autumn Heart Mother. What the fuck? Russian Autumn Heart single with 3 other bonus tracks. That's it, man. Let's play the last couple of tracks here, and then I'll do my ranking, and we'll get out of here. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do. Maybe I'll do the ranking now. Let's do the ranking now, and then we'll play the songs and get out of here. Number 23. Because remember, I'm taking out 24, 25, 26, and I'm cutting it off at 23 because I don't want to include the new to me albums from 17 through now. I know they're not real new, but they're new to me in the last, very new in the last, couple months. So I don't want to pass judgment yet. I need some more time with them. I can tell you the Hypnagogue is way up there, and Man Woman is quite a ways up there. Eros Zeta, I'm not sure yet. Not sure. Probably mid to mid-low. All right, number 23 is Shriek, the movie soundtrack. It's just a weird curio. It's just not anything I'd enjoy. Jammed is the live album that they issued on their label. It just goes on and on forever. It's okay, but I would never listen to it. After I've done it once now, I don't need to ever listen to it. A Box of Bird is 21. That's the covers album. It's not bad. It's a great covers album. It's just they have so many other better albums. 20 is Parallel Universe. That's the 2-disc thing with the remix of Anywhere album tracks. Number 19 is their first album, Of Skins and Hearts. I like it. I just don't love it. It's not really doesn't speak to me a lot, but I do like it. Number 17 is Beside Yourself. That's the EP for what's it called? Shit. I'm blanking out. Forget Yourself, not Beside Yourself. It's Forget Yourself. It's the B-side stuff. Great stuff on there. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Of Skins is 19. 18 is Back with 2 Bs. There's a couple great songs on it. A lot of that was the bonus kind of stuff that came after Descuidado. It's good. It's just I say it's kind of an uneven album, like a 7 out of 10, I think is what I said. All right. Number 16, El Momento Descuidado. Great acoustic covers, fantastic. Number 15 is El Momento Siguiente, even better. Number 14, Sometime Anywhere. Great album. Would have been great as a single album. It's got too much going on. Too long. Way too much as a double album. I miss Peter Kappa's on it. It's mostly a Marty, Wilson Piper, and Kilbey sort of mashup. All right, 13, Blurred Crusade, their second album. Number 12, Uninvited Like the Clouds. Number 11, Magician Among the Spirits. Number 10, Untitled 23. Number 9, Seance. Number 8, Hologram of Baal. Number 7, oh, get me there. Number 7, Forget Yourself. I love the songs on it. The production does make it a little bit of a tougher sell, but I love the songs. Number 6, Further Deeper. I love that song, that album. Number 5, Gold Afternoon Fix. A lot of people think that's where they fell apart and started to go commercial, and they did a little bit, but I love that album. Number 4 is Starfish with all the big hits. I love it, but there's a couple things I like more. Number 3, After Everything, Now This. Just a sublimely amazing album. So many dark moments on it. Such a killer record. 2, I go with Heyday, which I struggle because I almost want it to be 1, but it's their acoustic jangle pop, but yet dark, mystical sounding record. It's amazing. Heyday is amazing. And then number 1 is Priest equals Aura. It is a masterpiece. That's all there is to say about that. So, all right, here we go. We played Throttle Line, so I'm going to play off of Starfish. I'm going to play Frozen and Distant. I'm going to play Forgotten Rain off of Gold Afternoon bonus, and I'm going to play Hunter off of Smoke at Spots, and then we're going to end on the Grind acoustic. Here we go. Should be done in 20 minutes, give or take. Thanks to everybody that stuck around. I really appreciate it. Nope, hang on. Damn, where did...
Pretty months were so deceiving. We are glowing. All those lucky, lucky stars we've been blowing. The hammer falls and go, and on the pulse in this reflection. We are freezing, and you thought that all that cowboy stuff was teasing. The weather's strange, so stay in bed. Prop it up to went straight to your head. Frozen and distant, red supplies. Here in an instant, could be next time. Frozen distant brother, you say one day this ice will warm and down, we will be washed away. Funny how it seems important here and now. Try to leave your mark upon this world somehow. We are boiling. This temporary earth, it is recoiling. The weather's changed and scratch our head. Give us today and that daily bread. Frozen and distant, really supplies. Here in an instant, could be next time. Frozen distant relic. squeeze, rocket smooth, language lost along the line. All the secrets of the past come floating from the cage, falling like a siren through the waves. Yeah. A silver and red sign flashes in the rain inside the taxi that takes me to my plane, and the party's over with a head that throbs. It's none of my business, you see, I'm just doing my job. I'm gonna track you down. I'm gonna catch your scent. I'm gonna spring your trap. I'm gonna track you down. You were last seen leaving Tony's bar with a dark, suspicious man, some intoxicated woman, 'cause your wife doesn't understand. A carnation in your front coat, green inside your veins, smooth threats and promises, hotel rooms and chains. I'm gonna track you down. I'm gonna catch your scent. I'm gonna spin your trap. I'm gonna track you down. The wine in your hand is worth two at the bar. And everybody knows what you've been drinking. Disgraceful night fleck with a nightmare of stars. Everybody knows how you've been sinking. Long distance century, buzzes and fades, an automatic charge on your mind. Previews, processions, and parades. You've got to grind it out. Got to grind it out. Line up the arrows, push off the top. This can't cause sustain forever. And once it's started up, it cannot be stopped. At least that's holding us together. Long distance centuries, buzzes and fades. I wonder why you've not resigned. The glittering minutes, tangled decades. We've got to grind this out. Got to grind this out. Grind it out. Vortex appears, unleashed by the crash. A moment marked by hesitation. The bedazzled surgeon chases the gash. We don't need that operation. Long distance century, buzzes and fades. Elysian fields not far behind. Can you find me a witness amongst these shades? Got to grind. They've got to grind. Long distance century, buzzes and fades. I hope the deaf can lead the blind. Now lift me up into your whirling blades. I've got to grind this out.
Man, that grind acoustic version just kicks my ass every time. It is so intense, so beautiful, so dark and menacing in a lot of ways, but beautifully uplifting, because that's what Kilby does, man. That's what he does so good. Um, yeah, that we had to end on that track. I wanted to play that. And that's the long version, because there's a shorter version on the bonus. That's not the bonus track version, which is on the Gold Afternoon Fix. That's an acoustic version too. It's a different acoustic version. It's about 5 minutes. This one's about 7.5. So yeah, man, I probably missed one or two things, and I'm sure there's a church aficionado, deep fan that even has a bit more knowledge than I do, or has a lot more knowledge than I do. I don't know. I read the book. I've been following the band since 1988, maybe 86 for Heyday. I can't remember exactly. I think it was 88 though. And so I've been a deep fan and stay with them pretty much the whole way through the whole career. Now there was a time really when, after the Further Deeper album, where I did kind of slept on what was going on, and that was a mistake, because these last three albums, in particular the Hypnagogue and Man, Woman, Life, Death, Infinity, fantastic albums. They belong in the canon easily. And I do miss Marty. It'd be great if he could figure out a way to come back, but I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think that's kind of, that ship has sailed. Not sure what Peter's up to. That sort of seems like that ship has sailed as well. But they're fine without him. Let's be honest. They are. That doesn't minimize the incredible. That doesn't minimize the incredible work that this band did as the original. The original foursome. Although the original drummer was. I'm gonna forget his damn name. Yeah, I'm gonna forget his name. I can't think of it. Angren, help me out with his name. I'm so tired. I can't remember his name. The one that wanted to always fight him. Chamberlain? No, not Chamberlain. One that wanted to always beat up Kilby. Can't think of his damn name off the top of my head. I'm so fucking tired. Like I said, I've been up since 3:30 this morning. So, and I went out on a 3-mile snow hike. It wasn't really a hike, but it was. Anyways, long story short, I'm wiped out. But this was a labor of love. I know not many people are going to watch it, which is sad, really sad. I wish more people were going to watch it. It deserves to be watched. But I don't know. Richard Plug. No, that's not it. It was a guy before Plug, the first guy. Plug was before Powles, Tim Powles. Yeah, it's just, it's kind of sad that this band doesn't get the recognition that it really should. They had a brief moment in the sun in the U.S. where it looked like everything was going to take off, but they've kind of been that perennial band that's just had constant. Nick Ward, that's who I was thinking of, and J.D. Daughtry was in very briefly for. He replaced Plug on. He replaced Plug on Gold Afternoon Fix, and because he was having a lot of drug issues, and then he left. He didn't want to be committed to a band. He made more money he got a better, bigger deal. Anyway, I wish this band was much bigger, but I gotta say, quite frankly, that I kind of dig that they're not, in a weird way, because they're kind of my band and the few people that are here tonight. It's not 20 hours, man. It's 12. 12. Wait, what do we got here? We're going to end up close around 5, and the first are 7. So first 3, yeah, it's going to end up being, and I was right. I thought it would be about 4.5, 5, and I was right on. There was a lot of tracks to play that I wanted to get out there. I hope people do watch it over time. Yeah, I'm probably going to be long dead before this thing hits 5,000, views. But it just would be nice if this band was talked about more frequently. You do have to be, I think, of a certain age, or you have to be parents. You have to have parents that were like me that would introduce their kids to this band, because they're not a band you're going to hear on the radio now, particularly not here in the States. And they're not a band, after Starfish, Gold Afternoon Fix, they just, they put out their greatest album in Priest Equals R, and it didn't even make a ripple over here. I don't know how much it sold, but not a hell of a lot. And, I'm just glad they're coming over here in June to tour. I hope I'm alive to see it. I'm beginning to wonder if I will be, really wonder. There's a lot of weird shit going on with me neurologically now. Trying to get some test work done. Yeah, I'm trying to get a really, really rare test done early next week. I thought I was going to have it done this week, but we've run into some issues with a lab. And the U.S. healthcare system is a fucking joke, man. Don't even get me started. If you're chronically ill or you have neurological problems, forget it. Go somewhere else. You're as good as dead in this country. I have a lot of disdain for the American medical system and a lot of doctors in it, particularly my doctors. They've been woeful at times. So I wonder if I'm going to get there in June to see him. But if I am, Crazy White Boy, I hope to run into you down there, man. We'll try to connect before then, about meeting up or something like that. Because yeah, I'm really stoked to see these guys. I think that's it. I don't know if anything's coming up here the first week or two of February. I kind of went into what my tentative plans are, but the deep dives are dependent on other people's, except for the Gary Newman one, which I may just start tackling. That's going to be a 2 or 3 parter too, probably 2. Well, probably 3, because I'll probably want to play tunes. That could be another 7, 8 hour, 12-hour deal that nobody will watch. Yeah. So Steve Kilbey is a genius. I think the rest of the guys in the band are just as equally talented and amazing. And yeah, it just would be great if they would have somehow gotten their just rewards. I will say this, that Steve probably has done pretty well with the royalties from Milky Way, but that song carried that band for a very long time and probably carries him financially. And it's a great song. I love that song. Never get sick of hearing it. But there's so many other deep tracks, as you heard tonight. And I tried not to play the obvious single, although I played 1 or 2. But this is an amazing band. So if you don't know the band and you're just tuning in, you made it to the end, dig in, man. Dig in. Grab any one of the albums that I have in my top half of the catalog and start digging in, man. You won't be sorry at all. Let's see. Going to see Opeth next Saturday if it doesn't snow, because we're supposed to get a bunch more snow this weekend. And we got 8 to 10 inches. I think it was about 10 inches, 10 to 12. I'm sorry, 10 to 12 inches on Sunday. And now we're supposed to get another 8 to 10. We'll see what happens. But the Opeth show is until next weekend. And yeah, man, you got it, dude. You got it. You know all about it, bro. It's all about, depression and anxiety. And no, it ain't. I mean, I have very definitive physical things you can see that are like, what the fuck is doing that? And some other time it'll get me too wound up. Sorry about William, the douche. He just loves to come in and, piss all over everything. And I don't know what the guy's problem is. He's mentally ill. That's clear. I don't overreact to it now like I used to, but I'm not gonna sit by and let him just be a douche. I'm gonna call him out or make fun of him, and so I don't know what happened there, how he backdoored in for a little while. I guess when I belittled him enough, he left, but we'll see if he shows up here for that steel cage match. Yeah, right. I'm sure he will. I don't think the guy works. I think he's probably on government assistance. That's the funny part. Because he seems like he's always on YouTube whenever I am, and I don't work because I'm on disability. So kind of weird that he knows when I'm live and can check in. It's kind of bizarre. And stay on. If he was at a job, he wouldn't be able to stay on. So it's just bizarre. Yeah, guys, I appreciate everyone for being here. Really appreciate it a lot. Share this around if you can or if you want to. Be cool. Welcome to the Church of Lies. All right. Peace out, guys. Have a good night or day or whatever it is. And I'll see you soon, hopefully. Peace out.
Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.